And we are live. Hi, everybody. Let me pop out chat. Hey, small warning up front. I have a headache. I have taken medication, and hopefully it will be going away. But if I am a little bit weird at all, that is why. Hey, good to glad to have you. Raven, good to glad to have you. Sarah, good to glad to have you. Ray, good to glad to have you. Deathberry, good to glad to have you. Light, good to glad to have you. Infinite, good to glad to have you. Hey, everybody. We're back to the MSQ. Welcome back on this mighty Monday. Today, I'm going to be forewarning you, there will be lots of spoilers because we're basically going to open the door talking about everything that's going to go on from here on out. So expect this day to be maybe a little weird and going slow. And like I said, with my headache, it's going to be a little weird also, but it should be going away soon. Crystal, good to glad to have you. Hope your headache goes away. It will. I have medication. My teeth have been weirdly sensitive, and then when my teeth hurt, they trigger a headache. But you all don't need to worry about that. Damn, good to glad to have you. Cute little Quetzal. Yes, V got this from the, got this little boy from the, for retainers. Passed it to me. Hope everyone's having a great day. Hope you are too. Happy Starlight. Yes, happy Starlight to all you all. Don't forget to go do your Starlight events. I actually haven't on Elio yet. Greetings, just woke up from your nap. Don't know if I actually would. No worries. Okay. Weirdly enough, it's going to be a rambly day, and yet also, because we've got a lot to talk about in talking about Alexandria and all of that, we should probably hurry up and go through the Viper role quest. Am I at the end of that yet? I don't know. Also, say hello to my Solution 9 outfit. I didn't have time to run through Vanguard, so I just worked with the, You know, you want to talk about all the ways in which sometimes I'm super right and super wrong on predictions on this game. A myriad of times I've been quite very on the money, but I tend to forget those in lieu of, let's think of some of the other major times I'm wrong. Guessing Geomancer when it was Pictomancer. Now I would like to stand by the fact that some of my Geomancer adjacent points and predictions were not necessarily incorrect, and Ray for the channel also did technically predict Pictomancer, so there's that. When I predicted that Loporrits were on the moon thanks to Alligans before Endwalker came out, which again, would have been funny and made sense. And the actual truth is even more crazy. And then that time that someone said that the PvP glam definitely had something to do with Solution 9, and I was like, nah. And you know what? It definitely did. Graha glam. Oh, right. Don't forget that the Graha glam is now available in the shop. Oh, hey, you have a headache too? So maybe it's caused by some cosmic event. Yes. Twinsies, Infinite. Twinsies. I will take the tall headache, you take the short headache. I think the dye channels that dye so nicely. Yeah, well, the cool one thing I do like is that the they have basically two different versions of the armor where, like, for instance, these pants, you can either have the gray and then colored belts, or the this is gray and the belts are color, or sorry, basically you have two different versions, you can dye them differently. Honestly, I guess on just making it with dual dye channels would have made more sense, but it's kind of understandable that it's not, seeing as they released that for the PvP before Dawntrail came out with the update. You know, it just occurred to me that the Viper is at 100%, 100, and I haven't done any of the job quests. Yeah, definitely recommend doing that, Tam. They're very good. Bought just the hair. You bought just the hair, Nevik? Also good to see. Glad to have you. Seems at least for now, the cash shop base payment process is broken by the XR. Oh, wait, what? So many people were trying to buy the Graha Glam, it broke the cash shop? That's funny. At least somebody was write something I need to write with an announcement. I got my snowman. Oh, I need to do that. I might need you to hop on our on my Twitch account to try and get that, because I just getting. Did you do a short about your right and wrong predictions? That would be that'd be pretty funny, V. That's not a bad idea. Speaking of which, I've actually written 2 shorts, and I also just voice acted all of the Tales from the Calamities that I haven't done yet. So content is on the way. I know it's been very, very slow as I've been prioritizing the streams, and, well, really, I've been prioritizing health and then doing the stream because it's been energizing and something I can do. But, yeah. Reminder, yes, spoilers. The floodgates are open. Spoil away. Yes. Say whatever you would like. Laura, good to see you. Glad to have you. Dual dials will come eventually. Support small streamers for your snowman. Did they actually let in some small streamers this time, Nevik? The problem historically has been that they don't allow for, it's not as much, You know what? I really should start streaming on our Twitch too, or at least dual streaming. Maybe I could get one of those one of these years, although I probably don't do enough numbers for that. We'll see. Oh. Give me a second. My voice is wanting to go Minnesotan right now. This headache is interfering with my ability to go Southern. Yeehaw! Oh, don't you? Nope, nope. Come on, help me. Should I say Samidare? Okay, there we go. Good to see you, Elio. Or should I say Samidare? There's only one way to know for sure. I need you to tell me something only you and I would know. When I used the cocoon to take on Itoka's form, what creature did I hunt? I don't think you ever actually told me. It really is you. That's a relief. Indeed, I never told you that my arrow struck a great wild boar. A prize for any hunter. Samidare is the only one who ever saw it. Sorry for doubting you, but I couldn't think of no better way to expose him if he had attempted to impersonate you again. Honestly, that's actually kind of brilliant. Him being the only person who would have been able to answer that. It's a really good inversion of the question. I was also like, did she tell us that I'm forgetting this detail? But no, that's actually... I have to remain vigilant after all, even though no news of his plot has reached me late. From here to Yanxia, people are on high alert for many-faced agitator within their midst, and not even a stray cat is beyond scrutiny. While Samidare could no longer act so brazenly, I'm afraid this means his trail's gone cold. But we also have another problem. When he pushed me into the Ruby Sea, the remedy I carried was soaked in salt water, and I'm afraid it's no longer effective. No doubt his plan from the start was to eliminate the one means we had to undo the cocoon's mimicry. We're at a disadvantage too great to ignore, which is why I intend to synthesize a new batch. I was just about to go procure the necessary ingredients from the supplier when you arrived. Why didn't you join me? Also, can I get a check on audio? Because I think I accidentally tuned my audio differently. Also, I need to turn up the game audio, because I think I turned it down last night. I swear, if somebody makes a joke about Sephiroth impaling somebody with a sword after I said split. Vader is Luke's father. Rosebud is the sled. John dies at the end. We have some other. Nicole Kidman and the kids were ghosts all along. Krista, good to go to have you. Theory 14 is that has affiliate or partner and has drops. Really? Okay, so it's really easy to get access to. Cool. Rosebud Happy, you did the same one. Oh wait, I might have done these quests. So I'm going to use the new materials from format, making it look better. Otherwise, it's the same technical model. Yeah, and then you obviously have the scarves different. Audio's good? Sweet. Best part about the book is that it's not a spoiler. John dies at the beginning. Yeah. I've never made the hair separate so that you don't need to buy a gland you can't wear. Stares at Amer. Wait, the Americ gland you requires you wear the hair as the same item? Also, how are y'all doing? It's fine, lovely Monday morning, evening, 3 p.m.'s afternoon. I can tell time. I have never heard of such a material. Where are they found? Deep in the forest of Taral, land beyond the Great Sea, and far, far to the west of here. Or, depending on your perspective, close to the east. Because, if you go over the Glass Ocean, you're gonna reach, the Stardust Sea. Well, you're gonna reach the Stardust Crack. Honestly, we don't have a really good sense for how big the spatial difference is between the Hingashi and... we can obviously see it in Mare Lamentorum. Also, you know what's weird? You can't see the Stardust Rend from space. I wonder if they'll ever update that. Tural, I'm afraid my supply chain does not extend quite that far. Feared as much. It doesn't help that the materials can only be harvested when the season is right. Even we're at a return home now, I doubt I could find what we need. We've no choice but to give up on the remedy. I'm sorry. Now we're at the mercy of Samidare's cunning. Hello there. Tell me, have you any salves that might ease my aching back? Sir, this isn't an apothecary. Where are your spectacles? Oh yes, how could I forget? Ah, much better. Ha! Sometimes I forget that I am blind as a bat without these. Forgive me, Shirokashi. Magic spectacles? Are we doing magic spectacles? Tell me we're doing magic spectacles. Excuse me, sir, but do these bits of glass covering your eyes help you see better? Wait, are you telling me the reason she's got bad at aiming is because she has bad eyesight? Oh, this is good. Also, here's my question. How the fuck do Viera wear glasses? Because, I mean, like, they're not hanging on their ears, and presumably they don't have ears under the hair, like Mikote don't. So, like... Well, yes. Are you unfamiliar with spectacles? I've seen folk wearing them before, but I always thought they were decorative, like my choker. Tell me, where can I procure a pair of my own? Yamabuki is your man. He has a breadth of artisan contracts who will ensure you receive a pair of fine-tuned to your specifications. You'll find his shop on this very street. I'll look for him. Thank you. Ask me, Cote. Okay. We're almost half of the playable races is questionable how they wear glasses. I'm sorry. You must be completely bewildered. I thought a failure of a hunter like me would never be able to aid you in battle, but I've just come to realize there's hope yet. But let's not crowd this stall any longer. Care to join me over there? Monday's going well? You were frail. I'm glad they made hair separate so you don't need to buy glam. Yeah, Raha outfit. I heard rumors of the other NPC outfits coming soonish. Oh yeah, what kind of rumors? Ever since I was a child, I had trouble seeing things from afar. That's why my aim with the bow was so poor. Ah yes, the true foe of Tyrell, astigmatism. I'm not fit to be a hunter. Never was. It's only natural that chores like washing sheets and preparing meals fell to me. You ever think about, like, we all, like, talk about the, like, cyborgs and futurism and all that, but you ever think about the fact that human augmentation has been going on, I mean, well, one, for longer, but I mean, just, like, common augmentation with glasses. This is technology. Like, lenses like this, the crafting of them and frames and all this is technology. It may not be silicon, but it's which is just interesting. Honestly, I think there's an argument to be made that smartphones, the ubiquity with which they're carried and kept on one's person, is almost a form of augmentation itself too, but that is a whole can of worms. But I always yearned to do more, to be more. I looked up to Itoka ever since I can remember. No matter how hard I tried, I simply couldn't give up on my dream. I had to be just like her. So I begged her to teach me everything she knew, from the basics of drawing a bow to precise aiming techniques that few hunters use. Yet despite all her efforts, my sight failed me when it counted most. All my life, I thought it was simply how nature intended for me to be. I was content to accept my lot. But now that I know spectacles may improve my eyesight, I feel hope. If I could just try them, maybe my arrow would find fire true. I could join you in battle and maybe even strike down Samidare with my own arrow. We may have lost the remedy, but this would give us an element of surprise. So I have to try spectacles for myself. All right, let's go meet this Yamabuki. I will say Neuralink is super interesting, especially with, and I'm forgetting the man's name, but the paraplegic who's been testing it and using it to gain. The story is very interesting. Same as Mikote, all glasses are actually pince nez. Yeah. I took the Mikote hold them on their nose through the sheer force of will. They're actually using ethereal magics. So Garleans, if Garleans did not have ears, they would be screwed because all of the other races are using magic to keep it in place. That's my argument. So I wasn't supposed to use tape. I only heard the name Zero and Hilda. Yeah. Zero's armor, yeah, makes sense. And Hildegard. Is Hilda's outfit not already is Hilda's not already a modified version of during the game? Technology, yeah. As a person who can't see my own monitor without a pair of ones, I feel both represented and offended simultaneously. Yeah. Yeah, Raven, go to bed at a normal hour. I'm one to talk. I'm a hypocrite there, but... Oh, her hair. Okay. A pair of spectacles, is it? I can certainly get your order in the pipeline, but I'm afraid there will be a wait. I'm fresh out of supplies, you see. Next shipment isn't due for a number of weeks. Of course, if you're in a rush, you could roll up your sleeves and get the materials yourself. All you need is the glossy shell of an azure hawksbill and the cluster of orient quartz. Bring them here and my affiliates can begin work immediately. Who knows what schemes Samidari might contrive should we let down our chase for weeks. Would you be willing to lend me a hand with procuring the materials? If we split up, we should be able to gather them in the blink of an eye. Quite the eager pair. I see in that case, I dare say you'll be able to negotiate with the Blue Kojin for a carapace of splendid quality. Now, I'll visit Tamamizu during my investigations in the Ruby Sea. I'll handle the shell. That leaves you with the Orient Quartz. Pray, look for a cavern near Shoal Rock at Ruby Sea. Sprinkle some glittering gravel to lure a shoal Iwamushi, some sort of insect, from its lair within, and retrieve a cluster from its shell. I wish I could see some of the kanji for these names. Let's meet back here when we're finished. Like, one of the things that's nice about, like, at least names in Hingashi and Doma is that they're all Japanese, so they're, like, basically, they're phonetic. And then on top of that, a bunch of them are just simple words. Like, Mushi means, like, insect or bug. You know, Yama Mountain, right? So, like, what's it? Kawayama, right? River Mountain. Mountains River. Anyone know how cold it is outside my house? Would kindly pay back this info. I don't know where your house is, so it's hard for me to say. All my time gathering has prepared me for this moment. Also, friendly reminder, see, this is the first time that not that I mind this quest particularly, it's not that out of my way, but this is the first, like, full-on busy work, non-easy breezy quest that we've had. Also, him swimming is... Okay, the idea of, like, him doing freestyle of the breaststroke underwater would just slay me. If anyone has thoughts or questions about Solution 9, remember that we're going to be talking a whole bunch about that and engaging with people's questions and thoughts. So definitely would appreciate those when we get started in a little bit here. What are we doing on time? Oh yeah, we've got 10 minutes still. I don't think I've been in here before, but I don't, this isn't the, no, this is a different shoal. Oh, interesting, yeah. I don't think I've spent very little time in this chamber. Wait, is this a job? This is the role quest. The job quest is with, oh my god. No, I know him. I love his name. I love him. He's a good character. Keshqua. Relish, good to see you. Glad to have you. Oh, that explains it. Yeah, I did the role quest. I didn't think I did the Viper job quest. Yeah, the Viper job quest is only 20 levels of, or like every 5 levels. There's not a bunch of them. Where's it? 20 levels? Or was it 10? No, it was only 10 because it only went up to 90, I think, right? But yeah, it's where you join with Keshqua and defeat Ikshakshmuj, or however that shit you're supposed to pronounce his name. I'm so glad I've been actually, like, tracking all these name pronunciations as we go through Dawn Trail, because when we're done, I'm gonna look back through all of them, and I'm actually gonna figure out how to pronounce some of these names that aren't voiced. Oh, that explains it. Yeah, I did a real quest. Is this the we have to go to Spoilers Day? Yes. Well, we don't. I mean, it's the we're gonna talk about Alexandria, and Solution 9 a lot. A little bit less Map 6, but we will talk about probably Map 6 some if it comes up. Why is that a problem? I don't feel the barrel tender is caked up as the Napoleon. Yeah, well, yeah, because he's skipping leg day, right? He's very clear that this is the barrel boy skipping leg day. He's like, what's his face from Sly Cooper. Man, okay, not to go on an utter tangent, but to go on an utter tangent. Sly Cooper in the Thievius Raccoonus, and Honor Amongst Thieves, and what's the second one called? Band of Thieves? Anyways, the first 3 Sly Cooper games are fucking rad as hell, and if you've never played them, you should. I should go back and play them. I haven't played them in a while. Also, the dialogue in them some of the dialogue is incredibly quippy, and it's very good. Reminder, get him out of sleep. It's not a promotional post. It's just a genuine health advice. Finally, a way to learn without a period of being terrible. Also, Raven, I may or may not tell you to go fuck to sleep. Yeah. Just listen to Samuel Jackson telling you to go the fuck to sleep. Ah, you're the first to return. I trust you have the quartz in hand. The barrel tender is built like a Galka. No tail, though. Excellent. This will make a fine pair of lenses. Now we need only wait for your friend. Yeah, no. You guys can go wild on spoilers. Particularly starting once we finish this up, but I mean even now. We already spoiled that Rosebud was the sled. How many of you even understand what that is in reference to? I'm back. Barrel tender. Barrel tender is the equivalent to, if Cactar was a normal Galka, barrel tender is the Shadow Lord. Yeah, I'm with you. Sorry, didn't mean to alarm you like that. I spoke with the Kojin of the Blue as planned, but soon learned that Hawksbill shells have been sparse of late. They were reluctant to part with a single one. I was able to wear them down, though, until they proposed an exchange. If I dealt with the Red Kojin who invaded their fishing grounds, they'd spare a shell. I knew my bow would be useless, so I took a leaf out of Elio's book and fought him up close and personal. As you can see, I took quite the beating, but so did they. Maybe a little worse for wear, but the trouble was worth it. I have the shell as promised, and with it, your associates can get started. Indeed, they can let us first measure your eyesight, and then they can get to work. So I'm assuming the shell is for the frames and the quartz is for the glasses. Speaking of. This is incredible. Everything is so vivid. It's so funny when I got my glasses on because I had lost all my glasses, but I finally ordered a pair recently, and being able to see the mountains outside for detail, I feel this. Well, I'm sure I could hit the bird over the horizon. Come, Elio, I want to fire some test shots at the sign over there. Hold on, that seems like a fine way to earn the ire of the Sekisegumi. I will prepare some targets for you. Let's move somewhere less crowded. Of course. Thank you for going to the trouble. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Oh, let's fucking go. The fucking nod. That's still a bullseye. Let's fucking go. Yeah! I did it! I really did it! After all these years, my aim is true. When we find Samidare, you won't know what hit him. Megane Bunny, yeah, glad, yeah. Megane Usagi! All fear the Megane Usagi. For those who don't know, Megane means glasses in Japanese, and Usagi means rabbit. I don't know if I can properly describe this feeling to you. After so long, I don't feel like someone pretending to be a hunter. Finally, I don't feel like a burden. And as soon as I can catch even a whiff of Samidare's trail, we stop him for good. When the moment arrives, please lend me your strength for one last time. Together we'll retrieve the cocoon, return it to my village. Okay, cool. Next time will be the last quest. Cool. Let us take... So also just to talk about geography for a second. We're here in Hingashi. The Glass Ocean is here. You've got Tyrol, and you've got the Fathomless Sea here. But we don't actually know where the Fathomless Sea ends and the Glass Ocean begins. We know that, for the most part, it seems like the Fathomless Sea is still within the bounds of the Glass Ocean, because there's only the Glass Ocean being the Pacific and the Indigo Deep being the Atlantic, effectively. But yeah, so seeing as we can't even tell how far the Stardust Rend goes into the Fathomless Sea, we don't really know where it goes. Where there's not a lot. All we know the Glass Ocean can be either freaking crazy or it can be completely fine. Ludonarrative dissonance. What's the ludonarrative dissonance? This is the second glasses-wearing ranged character in Dawntrail already. Also, you spoke about how 14 improved their crowd technology in 7.1. There's like 5 or 6 models for like 650 people. Yeah. Are you saying that in a bad way, Nevik, or are you just pointing out that, like, I mean, the thing is, the repetition is perfectly fine. And I mean, it was updated for 7.0, and the fact that they could even pull off the crowds in Tuliolal, right? Okay, but why can't I shoot that far as a bard or a machinist? Do you have any glasses on your character? You know the Fairly Odd Parents meme with Arthur? I can see! I can fight! Yes, I quote that quite a bit. Cheers, Sarah! Saying it a bad way because it feels weird. Within the confines of what they can pull off here, I think I would frame it a different way, which is, from the outside, yes, it would be great if it was a bunch of different models, but there's 3 things I would say. One of which is that Dawntrail is an inordinate step up compared to, for instance, go look at the Ilsabardian contingent cutscene and look at all the NPCs in the background for that cutscene. What they were able to pull off here has been a very big step up compared to what they used to. The other thing I would point out, so I think one of the bigger issues is not the repetition of the same model, because in some cases, for instance, like Allied Society members, there's really only one model to use. But I mean, hey, maybe they should have some more variety there and have a more variant Hanu. But setting that aside, one of the big issues I think is less to do with the replication of the models, and the bigger issue is that they all of them are synced to the same timing for emotes. They don't have any level of randomized timing, so they're all doing the same. Like if you have them doing cheers, the models that are the same model are doing the same cheer at the same time. One thing that would make a huge difference is if there was a certain amount of emote variability of anywhere between like 0.25 and 1 second. I assume that there are back-end reasons that is more taxing than it seems, because you're basically, as it is right now, they're effectively probably treated as what amounts to like one model that they can just send the thing out to, and it's a lot easier to fix and worry about. But yeah, no, it's not. No, it's for the memorial. The PNG crowd, I completely understand. Yeah. I would just point out that like I think well, I'd be curious to see how it is in the back end. I'll take the repetition over the 15 people the crowds were before. Yeah. See, I'm in the same way, Relish. I agree. That said, I think, Nevik, to your point, it could continue to be better. Yes. I would just point out that actually Dawntrail is a massive step up from Endwalker, for instance. Which is not to say that they shouldn't keep pushing it, both with the emotes and more variability in the crowd. But it is to say that it is improving rather than just being stuck. You know, it's not with 14, it's usually, with a lot of things in 14, it's not a binary between like either it's broken or fixed. There's a lot of times where things are just constantly being incrementally improved, you know? Okay, so here's our plan. We're gonna do some of the Sphene quests, and we may intermittently do these. What I would really love from you guys, if you have any questions involving Alexandria, Solution 9, or Living Memory, to go ahead and post them in chat. And if not, I will be basically taking some of my thoughts and things that I'd like to answer, like trying to create a full understanding and breakdown of the timeline of Alexandria and the Storm Surge, and going from there. We're gonna be using T-tools, and we're also gonna be using a lot of my notes. With seeing as our guide, we needn't fear getting lost. Actually, give me one quick sec, because you know what? I wonder if Lilm is at work today. Let's begin then, shall we? I must say I am really grateful. This place is so vast and confusing. I didn't even know where to begin. While the district may seem daunting in size and structure, all the key facilities are situated near laynodes, what you call aetherites. Remember this and you won't lose your way. Now then, seeing as it's right here, I'll show you the Nexus Arcade first. Also, I'm using, because I wanted to have it to be able to set it so that the bitrate could be 2K, right now, the stream should be delayed by a bit. I'm gonna clap my hands. Let me know when you guys hear it. 1, 2, 3. Also, bitrate's good. I'm kind of curious how high I can push my bitrate without issues. You know what? I'm gonna see. Let's see how high I can push the bitrate. Okay, cool. So we're looking at about 15 seconds. Just a heads up, there'll be quite a bit of delay then. Now then, seeing as it's right, yeah. Please follow me. Was the repetition that Oblivion, that obvious in Dawn Servant's coronation scene, for example? It is if you're looking for it. And I think, again, I think the animations draw further attention to it because they're all people who are the same model are doing this animation in complete sync with each other. Oh, Kali! The complex is home to all manner of shops, from food and daily necessities to technological conveniences. You can find most everything here. The Everkeep's interior is vast, as you've observed. This arcade makes it possible for people to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Amazing! How do you get to the upper levels? I don't see stairs. Do you see the glowing pattern over yonder? This is an automatic conveyor. Why don't we have those in real life? Fuck escalators. I want floating platforms. Such contraptions are found throughout Everkeep, allowing us to swiftly move between faraway places. That will spare us some walking. Are they also made for strange metal what's-its? Yes, the conveyors are powered by electro. As a matter of fact, the ore is integrated in just about everything in Everkeep, even the floors and walls. By etching arcane circuits upon it, electrope can be used to convert lightning energy to those of other elements. So, I mean, I'm sure we all have got this by now. Electrope is effectively a silicon chip. Like, electrope is what is basically a silicon wafer that can store energy. It is both battery and silicon wafer, with the arcane circuits etched upon it, allowing for the basically acting as like gates in a sort of way. OSHA, yeah, OSHA is the reason we can't have this. In so doing, we can achieve various effects. For instance, a conversion to wind produces flotation, which is required for propulsion of our flying vehicles. What I'm curious about is, for instance, a conversion to wind. It's like converting one aether to another form is. I'm curious, like, actually how that functions in specific. Also, oh, I forgot to mention. So I'm making the Archon seat, obviously. I've been 3D printing it. I accidentally got a bunch of super glue on my arm. I have no idea if you guys can see it, but, like, my arm's covered in super glue. But coming together. This is the front of the seat. I will be sitting in my very own archon chair. Electro by itself just stores electricity. With inscription, it converts it. Yes, yeah, I get that. More what I'm curious about is the conversion of etheric energies from one element to another is... Well, I mean, like, let's look at the ethereal converter. So, let's look at the ethereal converter with, machinists, right? I warned you, it's gonna be a lore kind of day. Because what are the two big times we can think about major mass conversion of aether from one aspect to another? The two things I'm thinking of are corrupted energy crystals, which are tilted astrally, but also have an elemental affinity, and obviously the ethereal transformer. This device converts the wearer's aether into lightning aspected energy, which is in turn stored within the transformer's crystal cores. The machine then draws upon this accumulated energy to both power and enhance the unique repertoire of weapons. But here's the problem. Here's what I can't. So converting general aether from a user, it's unaspected, which means it's pure aether, which means it allows it to be converted down into lightning aspected aether. But if you're taking an aether that's already aspected in a direction, and you're transforming it into aspecting it towards a different direction, how does, like, how can I explain this? How can I explain this? If there is just neutral aether, right, pure aether, and that contains all of the colors, you can't, if you take a rainbow, right, well, rainbows don't actually work, light doesn't actually work, but because if you have only one aspect of that, if you break that pure aether into 6 segments, right, that are all have the unique property of that specific segment, right? If it's lightning aether, then how is it also able to convert that with energy? My most pressing question: are the souls destroyed when used by the regulator, or do they return to the ethereal sea, or what's left of it don't? We can talk about that in just a second, Relish, because we actually haven't answered that. Imagine an army of small black and white mage being fed electricity and casting arrow, stone, or fire. Yeah, my PC parts are starting to arrive. Need to have one of those packages delivered to get notifications. Oh, that sucks, damn. Yeah. We know that one part of Alexandria systems are unsustainable, but also souls are unsustainable. Okay, so I'm gonna think on that aetherology question for real quick. But actually, let me finish this cutscene and then we'll talk about that, Relish. A conversion to fire, meanwhile, produces light and heat, and it's employed in devices such as steel lamps and heaters. There's even self-heating cups that keep your drink warm. Can you make a drink cold if you convert it to ice instead? You certainly can. Our vending machines do just that. What's more, multiple energies can also be combined to produce some clever effects. For instance, by manipulating the air with wind, while projecting light with lightning, it is possible to alter one's appearance. I wonder, it's interesting that she's saying energies, but she doesn't say aether. She doesn't say she says winds and the different aspectings, but she's not saying lightning converts it, you're using lightning to convert it to wind aether. It's saying that you're wind aspected aether, it's wind aspected energy. Is there any distinguishment there? Probably not, they should be synonymous. It's almost scary what you can do with the electro. If such wondrous materials exist in the world, I imagine everyone would be fighting over it. Yes, they were. This is his shop over here. What does it sell? Ah, yes, let's go take a look. I dare say you will find it interesting. I love that they're using Dutch angles. Show things are slightly off kilter. Okay, so my most pressing question, are souls destroyed when used by the regulators? Yes, the aether is consumed. Effectively, the living aether is broken down and used to power something else, and therefore the soul is destroyed in so doing. As the constituent aether or parts of aether, it's effectively the soul is obliterated and would be rendered down to its barest form of components. Now, whether that means that aether, Aether, as best we can tell, is energy and therefore cannot necessarily be created or destroyed, but the constant consumption of living Aether may have deleterious effects on an ethereal sea because over time it will reduce all life. It will constantly destroy life, and the rate at which you use it may be higher than the rate at which it's produced, and therefore like effectively you may have stars that are still alive in that they are full of Aether, but they will be without souls in their ethereal seas to beget life, right? Just to return to the ethereal sea or what's left of the, yeah. So with living memory and when souls are used, what is probably happening is the Aether is being consumed into the body of the individual. Well, so if an individual is consuming them, the Aether is being consumed into the body and effectively is being used as an energy source, but it is rendering that living Aether most likely down to its constituent components. Now, there are extenuating circumstances to that in which, for instance, Hydaelyn's soul, right, when acting as the core of Zeromus, is not immediately destroyed. Or Zodiark, having its form built upon the crux of ancient souls, they are not immediately destroyed and consumed in its process of activation. Or so it's not maybe like, for instance, all the souls that Zeralja consumes during Everkeep, the battle at Everkeep, may not all have been fully consumed, and some may actually, when he's just killed, flee into the life stream. I would have to look at some of the animations to even further tell that. In living memory, the souls effectively are, as forms of living Aether, are consumed. Now, there may be a byproduct of like ambient Aether that's given off by that, and that ambient Aether then may go to the ninth in general. But again, it's not the soul doesn't return, just the constituent. It would be akin to what happens to some souls when they go to the ethereal sea, which is instead of being reincarnated with the same soul, the soul is effectively broken down and allowed final rest, and then that constituent Aether can be eventually used to make new souls again. So it's not so much that what they're doing will stop souls being formed in the ethereal sea, but the rate of consumption will only increase and will eventually, if not already, outpace the rate at which new souls are formed anyways. I'm curious why unlisted, imagine an army, yeah. I'm curious why unlisted word weather isn't lightning dome. Why unlisted world? Sorry, I'm not sure I followed that one. Nevik. Maybe we should look to Eden on how it's able to convert Aether of different aspects. Yeah, that's actually, AC, that's a good, well, okay, here's the problem, AC, is that that is more tilting pure Aether that's already existent, but dormant because of its high umbrality. But that's a good idea, AC, we should look at Eden. I should note that they don't even call Aether Aetherites, but ley nodes instead. That's a good point. And did Sphene ever use the term Aether when we were just talking to her? Convenience, interiors fast. You observe the arcade makes it possible to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Do you see the glowing patterns over yonder? Such contraptions found throughout Everkeep. As a matter of fact, ores integrated into just about everything, even the floors and walls. Arcane search, lightning energy. Those are their own. Doing so, we can achieve various effects, and it's a good version of wind produces flotation. She doesn't use Aether at all in this conversation, which is interesting. We should keep track of the question of like if she uses the term Aether. That's a good point. Do the Alexandrians ever call it Aether? We'll have to keep an eye out on that. Could Electro work on similar principle to Eden? Yeah, we will definitely look in that second. Unlost. Amber, good to glad to have you. Isn't memory Aether of dragons supposed to be stronger than most creatures? Tiamat as an example. What are you basing that off? Does anyone say that, AC? Because otherwise, I mean, no, I wouldn't assume that. They just have a longer memory by dint of their biology and experience of time. Azaya isn't really a soul of Atheris, though, right? She is, for all intents and purposes, unsundered. That could account for her soul's survival. So 2 things. 1, great call, Amber. Secondly, yes, so the problem is we're fairly certain that they're unsundered individuals as they were born in their eggs on the Dragon Star and then brought to Atheris. So we're like 99% sure you're correct. Not fully. The density of soul actually could be relevant for that. and that a soul of any lesser density or a sundered entity would probably be consumed by it. So yeah, less of a good example for sure. That's a good call out, Ember. Makes me wonder if we're going to get another revelation of the nature of Aether. I mean, I would point out that nothing in Living Memory is really revelatory. Okay, here's the one thing that's revelatory about, I don't even say revelatory because it's kind of been kind of semi-present throughout, but that is that living Aether has such a specific distinction, but that's kind of always been on the docket. Again, hi everybody, if you're coming in late, just so you know, this is going to be a weird day where we're talking a lot about lore, because we're talking with full spoilers of Dawn Trail at this point. So for instance, the distinction between memory and the soul, right? Been present since A Realm Reborn, particularly present in somewhere like Shadowbringers, and then emphatically reiterated to you over and over and over again in Endwalker, right? So nothing new about memory and soul and distinction there. The consumption of soul Aether with Void Scent is obviously established in the 6.x saga, but also present as a concept with Void Scent consuming souls and Aether and blood for A Realm Reborn, right? Let's look up Eden real quick. So let's see if there's any notes in E3 about Eden and the conversion of energies, because the problem is that it's more the awakening and tilting of Aether, but the thing is that you're still operating from a sense of umbrally aligned pure Aether. It's in Eden Ecology, Oracle of Light, Dark Teachings, more Welcome Darkness. No, okay, what about this later on, isn't it? Stigma Dreamscape, Lama Spotty, Grand Cosmos, Twinning Academia Igniter, Mount Skull, Cold Mystery Switch, The Burn. These are Alliance raids, Bone Monastery, Thadnor, the Weeping City. I guess, I know they talk about the faux primals in the back here. These are the final days, Eden primals. After a Veil of Night had been restored to the First, a plan was enacted to restore life to the empty. This undertaking was carried out by a group of brave souls. Primals were restoring the balance between light and darkness. Born with the singular ability to review the Oracle of Light, a young girl named Reen spurred her fate and joined forces of the Warrior of Darkness, embarking on a fraught journey to reclaim the night. After the quest had concluded, however, she sensed the same terrible energy that had given birth to the Sin Eaters, emanating from within the empty. Compelled by duty to investigate, she discovered being known as Eden, the first Sin Eater. Alongside her allies, who again included the Warrior of Darkness, she formulated a plan to use the ancient creature power to stimulate the environmental Aether of the empty and thus restore balance to life in the desolate regions. The group used Eden itself as a means of transport, traveling the regions of empty, which once had strong connections of elemental Aether. At each destination, we would use the greater Sin Eater to seize and manifest what Aether remained in the atmosphere into physical being. Yeah, see, like it's not really tuning; it's just already activating what's there. Primal entities of pure, unbridled elemental power. These entities could then be slain to release the aspect of Aether in one fell blow, transforming the empty's glacial trickle of energy into a rushing river. Yeah, so it's not really conversion of energies; it's just all energies that are already present. I'm pretty sure Midgard Summer talked about coming to Atheros and its shards and was guided by Vanad to the source with his eggs. That could also be something. So he was not guided to the source, but he makes a pact with Hydaelyn once he arrives. He flew to the Dragon Star, from the Dragon Star to here, seeing it as the one last light in existence. What's the exact phrase he uses? The last hope, is what Vritris says his father told him. The last hope, and there's something like that. But yeah. So Midgard Summer flew here not to escape Omega, not necessarily knowing, but then when he arrives, he makes the pact with Hydaelyn. But he also the dragons did not go to any other shard. They only went to the source. He did not end up on it. They did not end up on any of the other reflections. For all we know, Living Memory is actually located outside of the 9th. It's just blocked by golden power and glow. But now the Chi Park has been shut down and the real sky can be seen again. Yeah, so I'm fairly certain Living Memory is in the 9th, and I have a suspicion it might be in the skies above the 9th. My reasoning for that being that if you look, you can see that there's a fundamental underlying you've got cloud cover all around you. You can see the moons in the sky, so you know it's probably within the 9th itself. It's got to be somewhere terrestrial and within a star. There's no reason to think that it's separated, especially when everyone's referring to it. Now, the fact that it's floating could be a byproduct that the clouds around it are actually more like the mists from FF9, or alternatively, it could be a byproduct of it being in the sky and disconnected from everywhere else in a locale that would keep it safe. Now, the problem with that is that there's no implication that Everkeep was ever in the sky. However, there's the possibility that Living Memory hovered atop Everkeep originally and was like a floor above it, and now just sits in the sky with Everkeep and the entirety of Alexandria removed from beneath where it was. We just don't know exactly the geography of what the 9th is like, but there's no reason to assume that the 9th is actually completely destroyed. Now, it's topographically it might be, depending on how the 11 energies kept rising, but we don't know. After the dome goes up in Everkeep, we just don't know what happens. We don't know what happens to the 9th. We know it wasn't rejoined. That's the one thing we can tell. Yeah. Because if it was rejoined specifically, there would be no moon in the sky. I mean, there should be no sky. It would just be the sea of stars endlessly anyways. But specifically, the fact that there's a moon in the sky means it must not have been rejoined. Does Living Memory bear any architectural resemblance to the city inside Alexandria? Oh, city inside Alexandria. Aesthetically, it looks different, but has similar size and glow to Living Memory. No, I think that's just a replica. I think, like, because what's the type of lights? There's specific lights they're emulating for Alexander, but no, they're not really any, doesn't bear much in the same similarity in design. Alexander is aiming for like a steampunk, late 18th or late 19th century, what's the type of lights that they're called? They're specific things, and that's not really what they're going for at all with Living Memory. The Last Bastion of Hope. Yes, yeah, right, AC, that's what Big Air Summer called it. It is essentially waking up the sleeping Aether, yeah. Could the red orb from the attack on Tuliolal be living Aether? Well, no, because the souls themselves are living Aether. So there shouldn't be a reason to distinguish them. And for those who don't know, Relish is talking about when the robots attack Tuliolal, they take the soul from an individual, and for some reason there's a blue orb and a red orb appears. And as far as I can tell, that's never shown up anywhere else. The other thing that would be weird about that is that if the red orb was supposed to be living Aether, like, that should be the pure soul, but you can't separate the pure soul from memory. It's weird. That animation is very strange. The city inside Alexander, quick things boss fight arena, yeah. AC Gears, don't get me started on the codex similarity to Electrope. Okay, a lot of people are on board that. The thing is that other than the storing of data, the thing is that the codex is an arcane creation, whereas Electrope is, while arcane in its circuitry, effectively it's the difference between a forge kin and a soul kin, right? Like, Electrope is like a forge kin, but the codex is like a soul kin, effectively. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep going until we have other thoughts and questions to go off of, and then also I will at some point sit down and talk about Alexandria's timeline. What's all this? This shop sells food. Those are items on the counter. That's food? I can't imagine what they taste like. I thought you might be surprised. Your countrymen were too in the beginning. Come, you must sample something. Choose one and I'll purchase it. Welcome, friends. How lucky you are for Her Majesty to treat you. The 5 items on display are our most popular. I recommend one of them if this is your first time. Astronaut food, yeah. Okay, which one we getting, guys? Slab of pink hexagons, liquid-filled pouch, long rectangular bar, hexagon pattern bag, black and yellow tin. Grapes. Hex grapes, meat tin, hexagons. Mathematically superior squapes. Okay, grapes it is. The synthetic fruit pellets? They're our best approximation of the taste and textures of grapes. I've never tried the real fruit, so I can't say how faithfully they are, but there's no denying they're popular. Well, they're very tempting. I'm going to have the steak. I'm absolutely starving. Thank you for your custom. This being Her Majesty's treat, it is bound to taste all the better. Say, would you mind sampling your selections here and now? It's been a long time since we had newcomers, and I'd love to see your reactions. CGP Gray would be. Hexagons are the bestagons. This is a great chance to learn about the Alexandrian culture, Elio. Let's dig in. Produced meat. All right, then. Here I go. Following Wukamat's lead, you sample your selection. Amazing! I never had any meat like this before. It's tender like chicken, but flavorsome like ronek. And the spices give it just the right amount of kick. I could eat this every day. Ah, don't mind them. They're just happy to see your honest reactions. And how about you? Grapes are good. Honestly, it's wonderful. Haha, it's always such a pleasure. My thanks for humoring me. This does take me back. Though it was chaotic when the people of Tuliolal first arrived, we endeavored to learn about one another and embraced our differences. Alright, what about you, Sphene? Aren't you having something to eat too? I appreciate the thought, but I'm fine for now. Thank you. Alright, but what's your favorite food, if you don't mind me asking? My favorite food? Just being all kinds of sus. Why do you wish to know this? Because I want to get to know you better. Why else? The more you know someone, the more you grow fond of them. That's why my old man believed, and my experiences have led me to believe the same. My favorite food? Is it such a difficult question? Don't look at me. I'm sorry, it's just when I think of those who labor to bring us the food, I find I can't settle on one thing. I thought I was indecisive, but you're something else. Indecisive, but perhaps I am. But you didn't need to laugh about it. And then everyone laughed at her. Galuja! The boy is here. My favorite food? That is a question I may never be able to answer. I don't know about you, but I am satisfied. Let's keep moving. Very well. Next I will think of showing... I was thinking of showing you the residential sector, but it's in... oh, this Sphene is... How do I put this? Not really Sphene. So there's a couple things. I don't have my list, all the list of the stuff here, but effectively, it's worth pointing out that in places like the Alexandrian dungeon, they distinguish between actual historical real person Sphene and this Sphene, including in the designation for the different zones. Let me pull this up for a second. Find it. Memory. Sorry, give me a second to find it. Memories, consciousness, memories, memory. God damn it. In fact, living memory keeps getting in the way of my note searches. Her dream. Okay. 120. 12. This is the most recent one. Okay, so Okay, so in there's the 3 different zones for Alexandria in the Alexandria dungeon. The first one is the dream she lived. The second is the dream she lost. And the last one is my dream everlasting. Like, they go to great lengths to point this out. Now, whether that's because what happened is effectively the real original Sphene died and then her memory was kept in stasis and then basically tinkered with. You'll note that, like, how do I put this? Sphene's personality is discordant, not entirely with her goal, in that she loves her people dearly, but she basically is shown to be unable to move away from what almost it seems like she's programmed to do, which kind of implies that she is, to some degree, a replication of an individual, but also kind of in some way coded. Now, whether that's because, what is it? Not restoration. What are they called? Not oblivion. Preservation did something. I'd also point out, if we look at 7.1 and the fact that there's now Sphene and Sphinx, Sphinx being the not Sphene, that could imply a couple of things. One of which being that the real historical Sphene may have been kept in stasis this whole time, and effectively was a version of her was being used as a form of pawn. That's one possibility. It might be complete crazy theory, but it's interesting to note that Sphene herself represents well the character from history, but also the parts of her that are antagonistic to that. Not the extremes to which she'll go and can't turn away from those extremes are not odd in their existence at all, but she doesn't seem like she has full ability to not, you know? Anyone else having issues? If you haven't, try refreshing if you're still having issues. Let me turn down my video outputs. Let me turn on the output a little bit, see if that helps with you guys at all. I think the settled programming that compels her. Yeah, so I think there's very likely to be that some degree, even if this endless Sphene is just like an endless, her inability to turn away from the living memory program or anything that basically preservation was attempting to accomplish is notable. So, and what can align with that is look. Also, it's worth pointing out that even if we're just assuming this is the normal actual Sphene, it's been hundreds of years. It's been at minimum 230 years and probably more since her creation, which means that there's a situation in which, like, also there's just being removed in time from those memories, but also it is notable that Sphene, other than a general understanding of the series of events that led to the ending to the Storm Surge, doesn't have a lot of understanding about her time before then. Let's call it a main directive. Yes, yeah, main directive. Effectively, she has a main directive, exactly. Yeah. More or less clone and all but name. Yeah, the food conversation was the moment it clicked for me that she's a robot, for lack of a better term, I'm sure. Yeah, she's an endless, right? Yeah, exactly, Krista. I mean, like, to me, that clicked right away, immediately. The question, like, for me personally, was when we get to Heritage Found and we have a conversation with her. I'm like, okay, well, one, I had kind of, before the game came out, I was like, okay, she's some sort of AI or something. And then we were seeing her out in the open world, and I was like, oh, wait, well, okay, maybe she's not, but, And then just all the evidence they keep giving you more and more and more. She was also removing the original memories near the end, so that became her own entity. She was also, well, she didn't become her own entity. I wouldn't, I mean, she's already her own entity in an essence. Like, she's already, like, even once if you make 2 perfect copies of an individual, the second they are 2 distinct entities experiencing existence, they are distinct entities, right? Even if they have the copies of the same memories. They're their own individuals. Her removing her memories so that she could act as a tyrant to basically be an adherence to the retribution, right? Or not retribution, adherence to what we're calling the main directive, was already in line with that. One thing that's interesting though is that Sphint, like evil Sphint basically, isn't operating under the main directive in terms of she seems more more on the side of nihilism and the utter destruction of, like, she's willing to, the problem is that Sphint is weirdly enough willing to have lots of Alexandrians not be part of the solution. It seems like, seeing as there's a limited number of neo-regulators. The only alternative I can think being that the idea is to use all those individuals to create an entity, something, I don't know, like Zodiarch, or to create an entity that can help beget a permanent solution to the living memory. Basically getting everyone into the cloud and then an entity strong enough to effectively be constantly collecting living souls. Yeah. It's a good take on Paperclip thought experiment. Yeah, Paperclip's thought experiment, yeah. I think in Endless, she can't eat, just her vessels, no way to consume food. Yeah, I mean, that's clearly what they're saying, AC, yeah. I'm convinced Sphint is a backup plan in case of emergency. That could make sense. Here's, I know we're talking about 7.1 a bit, but like, here's the thing that's really interesting about, but talking about 7.1 is relevant for talking about 7.0 in this case, and like we said with spoilers. Here's the thing that's very interesting about Sphint in living memory when found by Y'shtola. We get very little, but one of the things that's imperatively important is she is basically comes out of there with a corporeal form. She physically exists, and at least from what we've seen, seems to physically exist as like a person. Now, it could be that she like woke up, there was a bot that was one of the you know, sentries was standing near living memory, and effectively she's just immediately projecting herself onto it. That's possible. But otherwise, it's very interesting that she seems to exist in a physical way. It's also, here's another thing that's really important to talk about. The living memory's capacity, or sorry, the Everkeep system for changing memory is still in effect. We know that because the memories around Sphint's death were changed. So that means someone must have control of that. And obviously there's the Vizier guy who seems like, you know, like he would be wanting to change it, right? But like someone of his level having access to the memory manipulation mechanism seems odd on its own, doesn't it? Her tomb is supposed to be in mess terminal, right? Yeah, her tomb is up here. Oh, sorry, your tomb in the meso terminal. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so the meso terminal would be where the data version of Sphint should be, and arguably, yes, should be where the actual historical Sphint's tomb should be. That sounds right, but I don't have that off top of head. So here, I'm gonna open up my timeline real quick for what I have for notes of, and I haven't reviewed these notes on the timeline of Alexandria, so these may be incorrect. But these are a rough idea of a lost world, living Alexandria. Okay, here's roughly what we know, and anyone correct me if I got one of these details wrong. On the source in the past, a group of Alloans tried to escape an icy destruction of the Fifth Umbral Calamity. So this would have been the better part of about 1,600 years ago. Praying fervently upon a sacred relic that opens an interdimensional gate to an unknown reflection, that reflection being the ninth in this case, they were praying upon the crystal that is now held within the key. At that time, it does not have the goblet around it because that is the electrope that is augmented by preservation later. Becoming or joining the Milala we know on the ninth reflection. Sometime later, 1,000 years before living memory, lightning begins to grow steadily stronger and more rampant on the reflection. One day, a Milala wandering the woods finds an ore that can take lightning and convert it to other aspected energies. This is electrope. By impregnating it with circuits, it could create all kinds of ethereal effects. Later, thanks to the discovery of electrope and innovation surrounding it, technology advances, but then wars begin over it as it is a limited resource. A final war known as the Storm Surge appears. Storm Surge happens, and the nation of Lindblom, which uses a super weapon that causes mass devastation and mass destruction on the continent with lightning aether. Everkeep is built at that time. At the same time, Preservation begins their project to store memory in machines, creating Endless, with the land devastated by lightning aether. An inhospitable Levin dome around Alexandria goes up to protect it. Alexandria proceeds to operate much as we know it does now, with the population of Endless and living memory steadily growing, with the birth of souls needed to sustain them being outpaced by demand. The plan to use the Milala artifact to open a new pathways to other reflection is hatched by Preservation, but as they begin to tap into the artifact's power after augmenting it with Electrope, 2 Milalas escape with it and their newborn child, using a recently constructed prototype gate from living memory to the source, to leave the key and their child on the source. After 20 years on the source, an unknown amount of time in the ninth reflection, the situation in living memory is becoming dire and sustaining Endless becoming impossible. At this desperate time, a prototype gate in living The prototype gate in living memory, connecting it to the source, opens, and Zeralja makes a pact with Sphene to protect Alexandria from him, and to allow her to acquire more souls to keep living memory functioning. They use the key that Zeralja has brought with him to initiate interdimensional fusion and then compression to join Alexandria and Everkeep to Yasilani. Meanwhile, on the source, our history is happening, though we don't know when to match up events exactly because of time dilation. The point of intersection is when an enormous dimensional gate and dome appear over northern Jacques Giral. Through the gate and beneath the dome, Alexandria and Yasilani have fused via dimensional compression, effectively a localized rejoining to become Heritage Found. This region is still operating on ninth reflection time, so 30 years passes there, while only days pass on the source. When the Vanguard installation breaches the dome, time within the region sinks to the source. Do you think Electrope came about because of the Aether shift on the 9th, or was it already there? And do you think it's also on the source or developed separately on the 9th? So this is what's interesting. The way in which Electrope is found by a random Lalafell is sus. Everything around the Rising 11 energies and Electrope is sus, and Personally, I feel the Rising 11 energies were absolutely part of an Ascian plot in the past to try to tilt the ninth reflection towards lightning and then rejoin it to the source. Much like the plans that were done on all the others, but places like the 13th with Igiorm's plan, right, to increase darkness, or on Mitron and Logur's plan to increase light on the first. I think this is probably Pastrat, Helmarat, Dudelaphon, or Altima was responsible for increasing the 11 energies on the 9th, and either dipped out, were slain, or something else in terms of why it started to get out of control. I think whoever was supervising it probably stopped for some reason in some way, because everything with the Rising 11 energies and the Storm Surge War and everything about it is exactly how the Ascians have functioned on every other reflection we know about, for setting them up to be tilted towards an elemental aspect to be rejoined. That doesn't answer your question about the Electrope. With Electrope, it's Electrope being only on the 9th. The only place on the source it is found is in Heritage Found where Alexandria was dimensionally fused, right, by Electrope Strike, right? You also find it in the Ueyawada field station, right? But that still was part of Alexandria, effectively fused to the source. There's a couple possibilities there. Electrope could be a material that was part of the world unsundered, that just only veins of it ended up in the source in the 9th when the world was sundered. The same way that only certain ruins, like the ruins of Amarat, were only found in the first. I mean, to be fair, they could be found in the source or somewhere else. Well, the source maybe not because of the calamities, but they may be those. It's not clear. The ruins themselves do not seem to be sundered, as the materials they're made of seem to be of unique nature, which almost makes them seem as if they are unsundered materials. So, unclear there. I think it likely that the Electrope itself is unique to the 9th. And I would postulate that the likelihood is that it is either condensed lightning aether, which I think Lil might have had conjecture on in the... or it is part of why I think that is, one, it doesn't appear until a long time after the 11 energy starts swelling. It's a property, it's something with a property that's directly tied to 11 energy, but it's not like Ascians could just bring it there, right? You then have the aspect of you have places like here, right? With Electrope Strike, you have giant pools of 11 energy being blasted into the ground and collecting in pools. If that's solidified, That could be one thing. Is the key astral in nature to open portals? I wouldn't say so, no. It's just the magic of Azems on the mass scale. Like, literally think about the key this way. What are you doing when you summon stars to your side, right? You are summoning people across space. Effectively, the key seems to just be magic of Azems on a much larger scale. You're, instead of summoning individuals, you are effectively tearing entire parts of reflections, or potentially an entire reflection and into one location. Now, I would assume that if it was able to actually just straight up tear one reflection and completely rejoin it with another, en masse the entirety of the thing, that the Ascians would have, well, I don't say they would have found it, but, well. Yeah, I understand that Sphene is a copy of a real person, but with a dangerous obsession to protect her people, no matter what that means, yeah. But at the same time, there's an internal conflict in this copy, as if the personality of the original Sphene is breaking through and trying to resist the destructive ideas of copy Sphene. Yeah, that is what makes it, She is the only Endless we come across with a weird disconnect between her individual personality and ideals and what they're willing to do. She's a unique case in that she was an early copy. She's a unique... Also, I would point out, hey guys, what is another example, and I'll see if you guys can figure this out. What is another example of a character who is effectively an Endless, who can take corporealized form inside of vehicles, that is able to be made to operate against what their ideals and personality and what is a character in 7 Point themselves that is a demonstration that Endless, or souls that are put into non-original bodies, can be altered in terms of their programming or desire for specific actions. There is one very specific character that we haven't gotten to yet. I'll walk while I wait. This is Mosaic Cafe. Here you can buy drinks to enjoy while you relax. I see. In Tuliolal, there's a similar establishment called Gibaltier. That's a seashell in the local tongue. Ooh, another word. Drawl dictionary. Gibaltia means seashell. Is there a story behind the name in Mosaic? There is. In our continent, the races are named for stones. There's the hewn, who resembles some Tonawatan, the tall and graceful Eldite, and the diminutive and affable Lalafell. I already have that written down. When they all gather here, they appear as a mosaic of colors. Thus did the founder choose the name of the cafe. Heh, that's nice. If they serve tacos here, it'd be perfect. Tacos? A traditional Torali dish, and one of my favorite foods. You must try it one day. Oh, yes, definitely. We'll make it happen once we've restored peace to Tuliolal, right? Let's continue on. Denny, good to see, glad to have you. Do you really, none of you guys know which NPC is an example of an NPC that is exemplified to be effectively a soul that can be programmed? Come on, guys. Bun. Kefkiwa? No. It's Otis. Otis is specifically a character. It's specifically a character that is demonstrative of an example of like what could be wrong with Sphene or Sphenes, right? Where it is Otis is effectively an individual forced to, Trying to remember, I wasn't thinking Kefkiwa. Yeah, no, Kefkiwa is who Kefkiwa is Kefkiwa. Kefkiwa is actually is an example, like Krell's parents, of someone who demonstrates the fact that endless should not be non-indicative of the person they are. Whereas the two examples of people who are non-indicative of the people they are historically, or in most examples of their personality, are Otis and Sphene. Both early examples of preservation doing their thing, and whose creation is shrouded in a lot of mystery. And here we are. These buildings are where our citizens live. They're massive. Each one is bigger than the palace. They have to be, for just about all Alexandrians have apartments here. Lest you wonder, I'm here to visit some of the people. Their apartment is the building on the left here at the residential radius 914. Residential radius? That's right. Come, the door is open automatically. So, by dint of what Sphene just said, the fact that they distinguish that there's only, what, 500, do they say, neo-regulators, would imply... The fact that they go out of their way to say the amount of neo-regulators is bizarre. 14 does not tend to specify unless it needs to. Clearly what that is implying is that most of the populace of Solution 9 cannot have any access to... You know, I didn't even notice there were flying vehicles in the sky. That makes me so happy. That makes me so fucking happy. Man, I was missing flying vehicles, like the ones they had in 1.0, like the roaming Garlean ships. That's cool. Now we just need more stuff like that in the overworld maps. Also, you guys, if you have any questions about living memory or you want to engage with living memory on any level, remember, everything's good to go. Yeah, preservation probably made a lot of mistakes early on. Hopefully we can explore that later. They have obviously improved their methods. I don't... See, the thing is, I'll say, Krista, is I would not say the ability to manipulate souls' dispositions, personalities, and primary directives was a bug. I believe that would definitely have been a feature of preservation based off of their other goals and aims. James Otis died protecting the hologram, although he thought she was real. But she was... The Endless Sphene was no less Sphene to him, right? She is still effectively the legacy of his princess that he died saving in the first place, right? Because original Otis dies... Very good, Raven. Original Otis dies in... during the Storm Surge, right? To protect Sphene. If anything, it's a testament to his knightly virtue and to the character himself that he stands by his queen, both the original and the copy, right? You know? Hey, Sphene, can anyone live in this place? Naturally. In fact, many of your countrymen make their homes here. No matter your origin or race, occupation, or regulator usage, all Alexandrian citizens are eligible for an apartment. This includes those who you met who work in the outskirts. You've taken care of everyone for 30 years. I'm truly grateful. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Oh, this is an interesting example because he is immortal with his soul intact. So why did they take the next step for true endless? I would point out because Relish, he's immortal in a physical shell, but if the shell breaks and his soul in there dies, there's nothing that's gone, right? Now, to be fair, we do know that his data is uploaded into living memory. But the reason that solution was not used is that it's still an ephemeral one. And the thing is that if he dies, to reboost the soul, to create the endless anew, right? To revive him, would take another soul. So while the shells can protect them, it still makes them vulnerable in a way living memory isn't. And it still doesn't stop that over a course of time in living memory, they still fade out or perish, right? And then need to be rebooted, be re-brought back with living memory. Kiko, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, why is living memory so yellow? So one, Golden City, obviously, you know, it's supposed to be gold. There's a tie between, they're trying to make a tie between literally the golden throne and the gold of Tuliolal and the gold of the Golden City that is living memory. Secondly, it's because memory. Memory Aether is gold. If we go and look at souls in either where they showed them being extracted earlier, if you look at what happens when you take a soul that's blue and separate it into the soul without memory and the memory itself is gold. The memory is gold and the soul becomes pure white. So it's because living memory is nothing but effectively living memory. It's full of endless, all its systems are stored. It's why the mesoterminal is golden. It's because it's stored with just an inordinate amount of memory. And memory aether shines a yellow gold light. Make sense? It was designed by Coldplay. Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you. He did it in Brazil. Yeah, still sweeping and cleaning, stole some crystals. Very good, Raven. I think the one in living memory was like a copy or something weird. Well, so the one in living memory is effectively the same data used to create the copy that is Otis the robot. Otis the robot was one of Preservation's first attempts at creating at the living memory protocol, effectively. But they put it into a physical housing. That data is still then saved. The memory is still copyable, and therefore, in living memory, there is the version of him that exists within there. Yeah. Yeah, still sweeping. I think, because remember, living memory is a giant server. Living memory is a giant server for backing up memory aether. So you could create multiple copies of an individual if you wanted to. If you want to, there's no reason you couldn't, for instance, as long as you have Sven's data in the system, make multiple endless of her. There's really nothing that should stop that, right? Or making a whole bunch of copies of Otis. So there being one out in the world within a robot that is the early like prototype version of the bringing back of its memories is a copy of the same fundamental. We know that memory can be copied and rewrited and replicated. One, because we know memory can be rewritten, so we know it's writable. Secondly, we know that there's basically an underlying copy because the endless versions can be. Because that information can be backed up and updated. Yeah. Thank you. It was interesting to hear your opinion on all this. Yeah, totally, Laura. Is Sven basically El Dorado, a golden woman at the center of it all? I mean, to an extent, yeah. The extraction device fascinates me. Yeah. It's because living memory is yell chat. Yeah, it's piss chat. What of you to assume I have yell and yellow? It's actually pink. Oh, good. You've done away with the piss chat. This is a place. This is the place. A mother and son live here. Now, here's another thing I want to talk about. Levin sickness is very interesting. I want to see what I definitely want to pay attention to this cutscene. Again, please, guys, if you have any questions, no matter how small or stupid, I would love to bounce off. Today's the day for weird questions, and we're gonna be diving into that stuff. It's gonna be back to normal probably either tomorrow or the day after. I don't think this actually is voice acted, is it? Hello, Isadora. Your Majesty, you came. I have friends with me today. Is that all right? Of course. Friends of the Queen are friends of ours. Please, make yourself at home. I really feel like this scene should be voice acted. Hello, Milos. How are you? There's been no change, but the symptoms are thankfully mild today. Hello, Milos. Have you missed me? My son was born with Levin sickness, a severe etheric imbalance toward lightning. Okay. This is important. This I did not catch the first time. Alexandria. This is Alexandria lore. Levin sickness. Milos was born with it, which means that it could be somewhat like, think about Zero's mother. Think about Zero's mother and how she was flooded. She got flooded by darkness, and that affected Zero, making her half void sent, half human at birth. It's possible that the ambient lightning aether of the environment could constantly affect the people and cause something like Milos. The question is Everkeep and the radiation effectively off of Electrope the cause? Or is it the ambient environment of something like Heritage found? As a result, he suffers from paralysis. He cannot walk and struggles to speak. For a blessing, he still has hearing, and even on bad days, he can communicate with his eyes. Now, I wonder if that is because it effectively messes with the electrical signals in your body, assuming that bodies even work that same way in 14. But yeah, I would liken this for those who, like, I would liken this, think about umbral sickness, right? The ambient umbrality of the first, people who are affected by that. I see. Sphene visits often, doesn't she? She does. Milos simply adores her. He sometimes even manages to smile when she's here. What of yourself, Isidora? How are you holding up? You needn't worry about me, Your Majesty. You always make time for us, and we have everything we need. I'm glad to hear that, but you mustn't strain yourself, understood? There is nothing we can do for him? Perhaps a treatment with souls, or... Unfortunately, no. While souls can revive those who have met an accident, they cannot reverse the effects of old age and illness. I mean, I can take that as given. But what's interesting about that is it necessitates that the underlying cause is something rooted in the body, and that flesh wounds are effectively healable by a surplus of ether. Truth be told, many children are born like Milos. The illness has existed for generations, but we've been unable to find a cure. Presumably, what I'm curious is did this illness exist before the dome went up? That's what's important. Because then it is tied to Levin, that Levin sickness is tied to the rising Levin energies that had been rising on the 9th. Voltaire, good to glad to have you. The cause is quite clear though. The excess lightning in the environment. It's no coincidence the number of cases has risen dramatically these past 30 years. So that would imply that the cases have risen dramatically once the dome, the past 30 years. So since compression. So since Yasulani and Alexandria fused, the cases have rose dramatically. I mean, presumably that could be in part because of the people not from Alexandria who might have been affected. But I assume that's not what's being implied here. But my question is why? Was the Levin energies not highly affecting the ambient environment beneath the dome before the compression? That seems strange. Surely the ambient lightning aether was brought with Alexandria, not a byproduct of Yasulani itself. Didn't Sphene die from it? I think you might be right. I'm sorry, I mean, this is exactly why I wanted to talk a lot today, because there's a lot of little details, things like that I didn't concrete in my head as much the first time through, and I want to really concrete in my head this time. And if I'm just reading them as we go, I'm not as likely to. So I definitely wanted to talk about it. Can I get a confirmation from that? If anyone could check T-Tools, how Sphene died. That's very interesting. Why would it have risen in recent years? Other than, I mean, it has to be post-compression. It's all my fault. Okay, so it's directly tied. She was responsible for compression, which means the rising Levin energy has to be directly tied to compression. But why would Yasulani increase the Levin energies? Why the ambient environment? What was that? Oh, sweet. AC, can you do me a favor? Can you use T-Tools and find the actual line? What was that? I'm sorry, Isidora, but I must be going. I promise to make a proper visit next time with treats to share. There's no need to apologize, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, Milos wouldn't still be here. Thank you, Queen Sphene. It's my pleasure, Milos. I'll be back soon, so be a good boy for your mother. And for me. I mean, to be fair, Denny, that like kind of science fiction device, yeah, is definitely not. Yeah, it's not that the 14s do anything completely original with it. It's a sort of like speculative fiction thing that's definitely used and been used for at least 40 years, if not longer. To think that there was such an illness. Thanks for accompanying me on this visit. The illness is a part of life in Alexandria. I thought you should know about it. We'll find a cure one day, mark my words. We'll make it so unfortunate children like Milos smile again. What's interesting is that unlike umbral sickness, it doesn't seem like Levin sickness is a sickness of the soul, which makes it a different issue to something like tempering. So Porksy magic may not work to solve the issue because it seems like ambient accrual of energies in the physical body. Yeah. Maybe the Aether required to bring Everkeep over the source created a more overwhelming density of lightning Aether? Or the half-open portal in the ninth still? Sure. In case you don't know, yeah, thank you, Denny. It can't be cerulean, could it? I imagine there's a bunch in Heritage Found. No, we don't see any in Heritage Found, other than, well, actually, sorry, that's not true. There's one place that there could be ceruleum, assuming lightning is hitting it. And that is the pools of lightning Aether situated, or pools of what seems like lightning Aether that get hit, these little dotted landmarks. If that was ceruleum infused with lightning, it could be something, sure. So nice to see lore talk on vacay. Yeah. Ceruleum is fire aspected though, I thought, or unaspected. As far as I know, it's unaspected. I thought that was what we figured out having looked at it prior. But, you know, I mean, if it was fire aspected, that wouldn't be weird. Let me, here, T-tools. Let me just pull up T-tools real quick. Filled with gasified, airship grade, food refinement requires fuel vessels, sea cloud, airship grade, painting of the ceruleum pipeline. Ceruleum is highly flammable substance, and even the tiniest spark could cause an explosion. This is why ceruleum processing plant blue fog is especially wary of void scent. Airship grade. Frugal, merchant bound for ceruleum processing plant. Airship, summon forth your ceruleum balloons. Music roll, ceruleum. No more days. Yo, V, you around? How do I do searches for two distinct words that are not in sequence on T-tools? Is it with quotations? Nature, like wind and hydraulic mass production, allows the Empire to bring magic tech to the people at large and for the refinement and manufacturing before the surplus of manpower was in play. That said, the importance of alternate ceruleum. I feel like we didn't. I'm starting to feel like I remember we found some kind of note to ceruleum fire. Let's type ceruleum and fire. How exactly a lizard might be born in search of searing blue flames or raging ceruleum fires mystery for the ages. Aether. Okay, well, we'll wait. We'll try to solve that later. It doesn't show up in T-tools, but the information does exist. The book and living memory is quest. Book and living memory. AC, you make sure that you're searching one word. You're not searching like multiple words in a sequence, because if you're not exactly right, it will not pop anything up. DK, good to see you. Glad to have you. Thematically, the second half of the expansion seems focused on virtual versus actual reality. Could the issue be that Alexandria isn't directly from a shard, but rather augmented reality? No, because DK, it is from the ninth reflection. One, we have that specifically out of Yoshi P's mouth. The representation you see in Alexandria is a datascape. It is, within the Mesoterminal, a representation of the memories of those events. But the actual Alexandria was a place. The distinction I would also point out is that it's not so much virtual reality. The distinction is between the same ideals, but brought to extremes. So as an example, Sphene, living memory, is literally the Yokui idea of death, But what happened if you took it to such an extreme, you corrupted the concept, right? Sphene and Wuklama are juxtaposed against each other as rulers, right? Just rulers, but one in temperance and one to extremity at the willingness to sacrifice others for the desire to protect your own people to such an extreme that you will sacrifice all other life to do so, right? So thematically, I don't think it's so much virtual versus reality. I think it is, what's a good way to construct this? It is remembrance versus obsessive preservation. In the case of living memory versus, like, Wuklamat does not miss her father so much that she obliterates her own memory and then uses takes the shade from Mamuk and just keeps the shade around and pretends like her father's around all the time, right? Which is effectively what Sphene does. It is, I so cannot let go of my duty to make sure all my people are happy that there can be no death, there can be no loss, there can be no change. We must preserve at all costs, no matter what. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if we destroy the world, doesn't matter who we hurt. My people must be kept perpetually in bliss, right? So I don't think, so Alexandria's not. It is, Alexandria was a place on the Ninth Reflection. Lindblum was a real place, other than the mesoterminal representation we see in Alexandria, obviously. But yeah, it's the same theme, but it effectively, the second half of the MSQ is effectively going over everything the first half did. But what happens when you twist the best of us? What happens when, for instance, the best in mankind is the desire to help each other, right? That is one of the things that is the best in us. However, what happens when Elidibus twists that and uses people's desire to help to blind them to actually using them as a tool for evil in 5.3, right? That is the line Grahatia has, you know, you would use what's best in us, right? You would abuse what's best in us. Like that, his line that he delivers when we're defeating Elidibus, right? Because he is corrupting what is best in us. Sphene is a representation of the exact thing. It is a beautiful thing that Glul Jaja finds a beauty in the Yokui idea that those who remember us after we're gone, there's a beauty in that. We hold on to the legacy of those, and it is okay. This too shall pass, both my life and yours, and the torch will pass from person to person. 14 has made it very clear that is a moral good. That is like Vanna's whole point, right? Is to walk the path. Someday the path will end and you will pass on the torch and a new life will be born and they will carry that torch onward. And that is a beautiful thing. Sphene is what happens when you cannot let go, that the path cannot end. It will not end. I don't care what I lose. I don't care what sacrifice. My people's path must never end, right? So. The raids in particular have been a bit on the nose with video game references. Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, the raids are less video games, really. The main references that they're getting to, I mean, video games, idol culture, and specifically wrestling, right? Japanese and like American wrestling in terms of like WWE, that kind of thing. I'm forgetting the Japanese name of what the Japanese league is called. But if you've ever watched that kind of wrestling, that's very much what they're echoing for sure. Or could it be that the growing need for Aether and living memory needs causing an imbalance so that now the citizens are getting more lightning versus a balance? I don't think it's the case depending on one or two. Sure, when living memory gathers Aether from the living, Aether at death and the soul is being processed constantly now lifetime. Sorry, no, all good, Deathray. I don't think that's the case. My argument being, well, let's pause. Let me walk through it. It seems like Levin's sickness has been present before the existence of living memory. We don't know that for sure. We need to see if we can find more evidence of it existing before the dome comes up around Everkeep. Because if it has, it's a byproduct of the rising Levin energies, which is not tied to living memory. Living memory comes later. However, if that energy is being used for living memory, it also then still probably wouldn't cause rising Levin energies on the source because of the disconnect between living memory, even with the gate open, and yeah, the heritage found, right? So I wouldn't say it's impossible. I would say based off of this evidence that we're looking at currently throughout today, I do not think it is the case, but that is supposition. That is not confirmation. Was the speaker about her fate the night? You mean like Otis in living memory, Voltaire? Yeah, we'll see if we can find it. Have to head off. See you, Raven. Remembrance and being trapped by the past. Yeah. Yes, being trapped in the past, unable to move on. Yeah, found it. Book is called Etheric Imbalance and its Symptoms. Perfect, thank you, AC. Due to the environmental changes that occurred 400 years ago. So 400 years, that's before Everkeep goes up. Queen Sphene herself reportedly suffered from an imbalance towards lightning energy, ultimately succumbing to her affliction. If I'm not mistaken, 400 years ago should be before the dome comes up. Let me see if I can look at where are my notes on Dawntrail Lore, Timeline of Unlost World. 824 years ago, Otis becomes captain before the Calamity Storm begins. 800 years ago, rainy season lasts a quarter of the year, ravages the land. 400 years ago, rainy season is now half the year. 380 years ago, Otis inhabits a current vessel. Stormshard War has... Okay, so if it is 400 years ago, and it's actually 400 and not rounding, that would imply... Everkeep Dome goes up. So right now we don't know. I don't have a year for what year the Everkeep Dome comes up. But if Levin Sickness is this before the dome goes up, we know for sure that it is not a byproduct of living memory. Also, presumably, if it was a byproduct of living memory, from a narrative standpoint, you would want to make that clear before shutting down living memory as a further indication of the necessity of shutting it down. Whereas if we find out that it was in 7.2 or 0.3, the problem's already dealt with, right? So, yeah. Thank you, AC. It was just a thought that popped in my head. Yeah, no, guys, thoughts are good. Even if my answer is no, I don't think it can be because of X, please understand, I am not denying your thought, and I welcome it. Please ask questions, postulate these questions. Even if like there is an easy answer, this is how we learn, right? There's nothing wrong with saying something and asking a question to learn, right? Or to clarify, maybe like, oh, your understanding based on the thing was this, and it's like, oh, no, this is this piece of evidence that helps. That's good. It's good to learn. It is good to be thoughtful. Do not worry about looking like a fool. Like we started today, I have looked like a fool so many times with my predictions for this game or my like, you just do the best you can, right? When in doubt, just say year 1 of 7th Astral Era or later. Yes, well, to be fair, these years are from the 9th Reflections timeline, not from the Sources timeline, Danny. But yeah, although you can always assume that it's year 5 for the most part, and presumably currently it's year 8 of the 7th Astral Era would be my guess, based off of evidence. We need to figure out when the Everkeep Dome actually goes up chronologically. I mean, like not chronologically, specifically in chronology. Let's get some more of this going. I'll wait for you guys to add some more conversation in the chats, McJats. Okay, well, let's continue the tour, shall we? Look, you obviously have duties to attend to, citizens to look after. We can stop here if you like. No, I do this because I want to, so please, don't worry. Next, I'll show you one of the district's most vital facilities, a place called Resolution. To reach it, we'll need to go by way of Lay Node 9, where the Aetheryte is situated. Did you say Lay Node 9? Also, I mean, literally, what is preservation's stated goal and literally what they're named after, right? Preservation. What is the primary directive that Sphene seems unable to resist? The preservation of her people. Right? At all costs. I thought from Levin Sickness was lightning nuke during the Electro War. No, because based off of this, the Levin Sickness must have existed well before, well, no. No, because Sphene was alive and around and well during the Storm Surge. So Voltaire, presumably it could have been from the weapon. And they could have been long-lasting ramifications from it. Let me write, let me get down. AC, there's no other lines in that book, right? Is it just that? There's nothing else that could help us? 400 years ago. The problem is that there's like... the problem is we just don't know exactly... When they say 400 years ago, 14 loves rounding to... Oh, wait. No. Check this out. Voltaire, you might be right. Listen to that line in specific. Due to environmental changes that occurred 400 years ago, Queen Sphene herself reportedly suffered from an imbalance towards lightning energy, ultimately succumbing to her infliction. This is important because this means that she did not suffer until there was environmental changes. The only environmental change other than the general trend of rising level energy that would have come would have been from the super weapon being used, as far as we understand it. To be fair, Sphene did die during the storm surge and the aftermath. Yeah, so no, I think you might not be wrong, Voltaire. I mean, the electric nuke site seems to be in the dome. That can't be good. I wonder if the merging made it worse. Actually, Relish, you haven't been to Lore Book Club that we have on Friday. Speaking of, come join our book club over on, we have Lore Book Club on the Discord on Fridays at discord.gg/Eorzean. But you actually can see that the weapon has been dropped by the time. So if you go into the map in Alexandria and you go through the 3 different points in time, you can see that the disruption and breakup that you can see in Archeo Alexandria is already present. The damage that's here, you can see that same damage has already taken place as of the 3rd memory, before the dome has completely gone up, which is interesting, yeah. To be fair, Sphene did die during the storm surge and the aftermath, yeah. And aside, Sphene bringing you to see the sick kind of feels like a bit manipulated in retrospect. Maybe. I think a more charitable read, and maybe it's undeserved, but I think a more charitable read would instead to be perceiving it as, hey, here's the realities we're dealing with that I'm dealing with as a ruler. Rather than I'm emotionally manipulating you, isn't this sad? It's, hey, there is a part of what we're going through that is complicated, right? So she is showing you the sphenery. God damn it, Tess. Infinite, are you around or are you completely in dreamland? I think it's asking for help to some degree. Yeah, definitely. That's what I think that would be the more charitable read. Okay, going. Have a good one, Deathberry. I hope everyone has a great night. Yeah. Lord, today was a lot of fun to listen to and think about while I was working. Yeah, good. Don't tell me we need to use that now. The conveyor ahead will transport you to the governmental sector where the resolution is located. The markings on the conveyor indicate its direction. There's a pair just like it on the other side. Is it safe? Extremely. There's no need to be afraid. Who said I was afraid? Come on, Elio. Thank you, Infinite. I try to watch out for your time that you gotta go. Again, I'm just gonna keep saying it, and I know I'm probably at some point just gonna look desperate for doing it, but please ask questions if you have them. One, I love talking about this shit. 2, I love answering them and helping people. 3, like, this is the day. Today is the day for that. I mean, to be fair, also it'll be the day when we get into 7 point for the rest of this week too. But particularly, I'm going to be taking more side tangents like I've been to already today. Actually, let me look at this amount of quests we have to, because we don't have for my expected cadence today, we don't have a ton of quests. FFXIV side quests. Or no, not side quests. We are currently at 97. Her people, her family. Okay, yeah, we only have a couple of quests that we're doing today. Speaking of links, join us in the Discord, discord.gg/Eorzean for community events, updates, and lots of lore discussions, just like what we're having today. We have EU map nights on Monday. We have Alliance Raid runs on Tuesday. We have Wednesday is Amina runs EX farms to work on mounts for anybody who wants to join. Thursdays we have maps for NA. Friday we have Lore Book Club. Saturday we have EX farming, and Sunday we sometimes take a day off, what we're known to from time to time. Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much a month. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy of feeling you're supporting your favorite archivist. God damn it! Patreon banner is still not above my head right now. And on that, I guess I'm going to sleep. Get some good sleep, Marin. Have a good night, Infinite. You really should be able to mount Solution 9. trying to think. You can in Ralgers. I wonder what the reasoning for being able to mount in Ralgers Reach but not being able to, and Idleshire but not being able to mount in Solution 9 and Yulmore and Thavnir was. I mean, honestly, as like city-ass cities, I mean, the B cities for Shadowbringers onwards are actually city-ass cities, which might be part of it. And here we are, Resolution, the operational heart of Solution 9. From Resolution, we oversee the running of the district and provide essential services to citizens, such as welfare support and job introductions. It's quicker to show than tell, so let's proceed inside. Employment and soul supply. Soul supply.
Strange contraptions everywhere you look. What's that?
An infusion station. It dispenses souls in exchange for credits. Through hard work, citizens can obtain the peace of mind provided by spare souls. It's the way of life for Alexandrians, and has been for quite some time. But I imagine it must be difficult for outsiders to comprehend.
That's putting it lightly. To be honest, it sounds disturbing. Still, I won't dismiss it out of hand. Practices like these don't arise from nothing.
Listen to Wukulmat. Don't dismiss things out of hand.
There's
you
a
can still judge
reason
later.
why your culture is the way it is, and I'd like to understand. Won't you tell us some of your realm's history?
I'm keen to learn too, and with knowledge comes appreciation.
Very well. Be warned, though, that it may take a while.
Yes, lore! Yes, lore! Give it to me, feed it to me, feed it to me, yes!
In the distant past, over 1,000 years ago it said, lightning energy began to swell in our world. According to ancient records that date back around 8 centuries, the rainy season spanned a quarter of the year, during which time severe thunderstorms ravaged the land. 4 centuries later, this season had lengthened to nearly half the year. The trend continued, with our ancestors spending longer and longer languishing beneath storm clouds. Crops failed and livestock starved. But amidst this growing desperation, a miraculous material was discovered that promised salvation: electrope.
The stuff that's used everywhere here.
Indeed. One day, when out inspecting a forest after lightning had caused a fire, a villager came upon a curious black ore none
Not just
had
any
seen
villager,
before.
a Milala, because it's always the goddamn
Testing
Poketos.
revealed that the ore possessed a singular property. It could store lightning and convert it to other energies. In that instant, the scourge of endless storms became a blessing. Dubbed electrope, the ore found use in myriad inventions and dramatically improved people's lives. So much so, in fact, that all nations soon became dependent upon it, despite the difficulty of obtaining it in quantity.
Come on, this sounds like an assy employee to prepare a reflection.
Supply was chronically scarce, and when nations couldn't meet their needs with their own deposits, some resorted to taking electrope from others. fighting was isolated and sporadic until Electrope came to be used in warfare. First in the weaponry of invaders, then in the countermeasures of defenders, and then in every aspect of combat where an advantage might be had. This served only to exacerbate the ore shortage, leading to further escalation. Before long, the entire world was engulfed in a terrible war known as the Storm Surge. As the war came to a head, Alexandria's neighbor Lindblum committed its stores of Electrope to the production of a weapon of mass destruction.
We don't know that's
They deployed
true.
it on the front lines and triggered a calamity of frightful magnitude. Not even their own scientists had anticipated the force of the lightning that was unleashed. The energy inundated the entire continent,
See,
laying it to waste.
so what that sounds like a lot like, for instance, is the Flood of Light, right? It may have been the attempt for a rejoining, but there's two possibilities here. One is that it was a failed rejoining because of, you know, Ascian fuckery. I mean, that wouldn't be the first time. That would be the third, right? Failure on the first, failure on the 13th. I mean, the failure on the first less so it was kind of an intra-failure, seeing as it was still salvageable. Here's another possibility. What if the entirety of the Storm Surge was a plan that was intended by the Ascians to prepare for a reflection? But let's say, I don't know, all of a sudden out of nowhere for the first time in ever, they were all getting got. I don't know, there's no one sundered, they're all gone. The plan has completely fallen apart because everyone who was a part of it, either directly a part of it or the people keeping the people who were doing the plans in line, disappeared. So for instance, we already know Fandaniel went rogue, right? The second that he didn't have the Unsundered to keep monitoring him, Fandaniel went, fuck this, I'm out. I'm doing my own shit. With Amon. What happens if Pastra, Altima, Dudelephon, Halmarat. I mean, hell, we don't even know what else Emeraloth would have been up to other than being when the Eureka stuff. What if any of them either fucked off or got? So basically the point at which things were tilted enough for a blast of aether across the world didn't it wasn't the source wasn't primed to be rejoined. We know that it wouldn't. Here's another option, Ultima. But why? Why, Danny? Why would it be Ultima? Like, what about that? What about Ultima would make any sense other than the general fact that it destroys stuff, right? Like, there's not a specific, really strong association with Ultima and electricity. Unless there's something I'm missing, so please do tell. The Ascians really screwed these people over. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I was looking at the screen, so in my head when Elio was saying, yes, lore, it was the animation of the halfling chanting death by snooze. Death by snooze. Is the castle still in Everkeep? If so, we have to get a dungeon. You know, Relish, in the future, that would be a cool variant dungeon, exploring the catacomb, like the underlayers of, like the deep underlayers and historical layers of Everkeep. That could be really cool. The same way, think about the twinning, right? Imagine like the twinning, but kind of like a variant dungeon. I think this was the Ascians were gone because of the time stuff. Yeah. So it's important to remember, because of time dilation, it's there's a asynchronicity between the source and the reflections. If all the Ascians have fucked off, things can be happening at a different pace and scale in the 9th. Yeah, absolutely. So my other thought is it might be Pastra. My reasoning being, there's also a specific line in Elpis that I was rereading recently where Emet-Selch particularly calls out that Pastrat should be informed about Kairos and its ability to alter and change memory. Also, if you notice all of Sphene symbols, a bunch of Sphene symbols are all very similar to Pastrat's Ascian sigil glyph, which is interesting. I mean, it may just be complete wild speculation, but specifically the awareness of memory manipulation being such a fundamental part to Solution 9, and also something that Pastra of all the Ascians would be aware of besides Emet-Selch, I think is notable. Just a thought. I think the Ascians were gone. Yes, but even so imagine that the Unsundered are gone, right? But from the perspective of, so you're past Shra, let's say. You're in the 9th, you're doing your stuff. You've got your plan all going, right? You come back to all the Unsundered have been killed. And let's say you come back to all the Unsundered have been killed and Zodiark's been defeated. And you're like, well, what do I do now? What do I do with myself? Like, what does an Ascian without Zodiark do? Right? Your only goal was to restore your brethren and the world Unsundered. So presumably, it might still be worth your time to rejoin the world to the way it used to be. But remember, as a Sundered Ascian, you're still half of another person. Like, you are partly the memories of the person you were risen to in the Convocation seat, but you're also kind of part of an individual who was not born to that world. So if you don't have kind of the Unsundered pushing you and to remind you or the Convocation stones to enhance those memories, you know, why wouldn't you fall away from that path to other ends, like what happens with Fandaniel? But yeah, so Danny, let me know, do you have any other thoughts about Ultima or why like it would be Ultima? Because I can't, other than Ultima being an extra planar threat in general, I can't think of any particular reason it would be associative, especially because Ultima was trapped for that entire time, right? Wasn't Ultima AC, it would trapped and subsequently slain by the Necrohole. Yeah, so like from a time standpoint, I can't imagine why that would be. Also, will you be my canary?
So that's how your world came to be this way.
It'd be very interesting if Alexandria was actually the one to use the super weapon. And there's a bit of rewriting of history. We just don't know because we don't know anything about Lindblom. We know a very small amount. Oh, see, I love this. Sounds like an awful like a number of calamity. Sounds like a flood of darkness. That puts me in mind of the flood of light. I'm curious what the other options are, depending on which one you pick. Technically, it's not quite number calamity like on the source. I mean, it is a spreading of that aetheric energy, but it's really more aligned with the flood of light or flood of darkness. Honestly, it reminds me of the 1st and 13th.
You truly know a great many things that I don't. I should like to learn about you too sometime.
Yeah, Relish, that's another possibility.
But to continue the tale, the people of Alexandria had already lost much to the war. They lost almost everything else to the Levin. Those who survived bore deep scars, tormented by the memory of loved ones taken too soon. Though they yet lived, the cruel spectre of death was with them always. Seeking a solution, our scientists turned once more to Electrope, and after extensive research, they developed the means to preserve memory and soul. Physical death isn't the end. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. This belief sustained us then, and it sustains us now, granting us comfort.
See, basically just the idea of Yokui, but...
That's quite a tale.
With a twist.
Your Majesty, help me. I beg you, help me.
What's the matter?
I've got no souls left. Not a single one. But the lot at Soul Supply refused to give me any. Please, you must do something.
My apologies, Your Majesty. This man, he does no work. Instead,
Hey, it's Y'shtola.
he drinks his days away on Trueview.
Or at least it's Y'shtola's voice.
He has only himself to blame if he has no credits for souls.
That's not true. I'm a fighter at the Arcadian. Or rather, I was. I haven't been allowed to fight because of the King's decree. It isn't my choice.
I see. You're a brave warrior of the arena. I want to help you, I sincerely do. But I cannot give you preferential treatment.
Then open up the Arcadian again, so I can fight!
I'm sorry, but that's not my decision to make. The king requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements.
You're useless! A queen in naught but name!
Insolent wretch! How dare you take that tone with Her Majesty?
It's quite all right. Such things don't bother me, nor do I think ill of this man. Hear me. Though I cannot grant you a soul, I mean it when I say I want you to live. I love all of you equally, dearly. You are as family to me, and it pains me to see you deny yourself hope. I want you to find a happiness all your own, even if you must grow it from the smallest seed of joy. Out there, somewhere, is a reason for you to smile again. We all need to vent our frustrations from time to time. I will always be willing to lend an ear.
Yes, Mum. Of course. Even without a spare soul, I suppose I'm fine as long as I stay in Solution 9. I apologize for my rudeness. Good day to you.
Keep your chin up, my friend. And when you feel better, I'm sure you'll find another way to apply your talents. I'm sorry you had to see that. Let's keep moving, shall we? Right. I believe we've visited all the main facilities. With that, I declare our tour concluded.
That man from before, does that sort of thing happen often?
Somewhat. It's unavoidable. Hardships are a fact of life. Our soul management system has sustained our realm for generations, but it isn't without flaws. For one, people have become accustomed to having spare souls. Without them, they feel vulnerable and anxious. Some claim it may also have contributed to a decline in births.
Just thinking out loud, but would it be possible to do away with the system?
No.
I know it isn't easy to change one's beliefs and way of life. The Mamolja had their reasons for their reliance on blessed siblings, much as you have yours for souls. But if we defeated Zorolja, you'd be able to make all the decisions, right? Then we could work together to fix things, restore your realm to where it belongs, and see where we can go from there.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
What is it?
Actually, never mind. It's nothing of import. Well, it was lovely showing you around.
Of course.
I wonder what
Of
she was
course.
going to tell us about there. Because if it's
Thanks
living memory,
so much for the tour. We've learned not only about your realm, but you as well.
why would she care if
For now,
Zoraljud?
our priority is Zoraljud. But once we've dealt with him, perhaps I can return the favor and show you to Hydaelyn.
I'd like that very much.
I love how, like, Wuklamat's optimistic with the Warrior of Light's way less certain. Like, he's, like, at least with Elio's, like, I believe he's, like, he's optimistic, but he's also, Elio's seen enough shit. This is what I like with the Warrior of Light's more of a mentor, is that Wuklamat gets to be more of, slightly more optimistic, and they get to not just make us be the paragon, but also make us the experienced one. I like that. I think it's good.
It seems I've no choice but to continue down this path. Forgive me, Val Wuklamat, but I must disappoint you.
I do love that she says that, and then you see Service Eternal. I guess that might be another Ascian trying a different tactic using Alexandra as a beta living memory, but for ancients. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, definitely, there's something to be said for that, for sure, Relish. In my opinion. Sorry, what your opinion for it, Tam? They developed a bad solution, solution 9, yeah. Most important question, where is the cyber serpent of Alexandria? Well, there's no indication that, unlike the Yokui, who seem to seem to have dreamed of the first and of Ronka, there's no certainty that anyone in Alexandria ever was or dreamed of them. And it's worth pointing out that Ronka is on the first, and seems to be a proximity. Well, I shouldn't say a dreaming proximity. Well, no, there does seem to be a proximal effect towards dreaming of different reflections. In that the only point at which the Yokui mages were dreaming of the Golden City was when they were near the Gate of Remembrance, which was a connection point between Ninth and Source. But from a descriptive standpoint of not necessarily how the planes are literally overlapping, but generally representarily overlapping, the Ninth is actually quite distant from the Source itself, right? My angle kind of borrows from 16, where the creative business unit development, where Ultima is the main bad guy. Worth pointing out that that is the other half of creative business unit 3, though, that worked on it, not the 14 people who would have been working on Dawn Trail. But yeah, where Ultima is the main bad guy in the game, Ultima is manipulating entire nation months. But yeah, but like that notion already exists in 14 that's more to do with why would you do something in 16 when the expansion has no representation for 16 or any reference point to use that? Already has an entity named Ultima, and there is a bunch of denizens and entities that already represent that concept, right? Like, what purpose is there in going that direction? And there doesn't seem to be any. In order to prime is... oh, whoa, Denny, be very careful. That's like just straight... Okay, we're just gonna remove that. Remember, not everybody has played 16. That's like a major spoiler for another video game, man. The game's out. That doesn't matter. Like, doesn't matter if the game's out on PC now. Like, if I just went into chat and just said without saying anything, this is how Dawn Trail ends. It's like Dawn Trail's been out for a bunch of months. It's still, you know. I was kind of hoping, yeah. Don't worry, AC. It's honestly not really the. It's not as big as a reveal as it seems. Yeah. Yeah, it's very different to like, yeah. The man that is a weirdest pep talk, yeah. That makes it better, yeah. Her scenes where she runs up against her programming are interesting. Yeah, it almost makes me believe there's a Ghost in the Machine kind of thing. Well, it's the question, is it Ghost in the Machine, or is it more just that, like, you have effectively what amounts to an individual based on an AI based off of someone's memories effectively, right? but that has been also programmed with a main directive. That directive counteracts the individual's disposition. So that those things are in conflict, right? It's weird having Wookiee speak from two separate tabs. Do you have two separate tabs open? Well, it feels like Sphene Intellectual is trying to break out of the programming there and construct part. It's holding her back, yeah. In my opinion, was the regards to Alexandra being the source of the weapon and being Lindblom as revisionism. Oh, yeah. Sure. The game is doing it, yeah. AI based on someone's memory, ain't that how AI in Halo works? Yeah, well, in Halo, it works that basically you copy all the neural pathways of a person at a specific point in time and then make up an AI based off that. So yes, but also with the added element that's not so much just the literal memories being programmed into it. It's literally you like copy the wetware of someone's brain. And then you take those neural pathways and effectively assume that you have perfect reconstruction of those neural pathways and then make an artificial intelligence out of it. What was Sphene wanting to tell us, I wonder? Well, it can wait for another time. We've been exploring for a while now, and it should probably go to Kafkiwa's meeting point. That'll be back the way we came, I think. Send a Briar. Okay. Oh, right, because you have Twitch open because of trying to get the mounts and stuff. Yeah, don't forget to go support other Final Fantasy XIV creators, Twitch streamers over on Twitch right now if you want to get a snow mount, what are they called? Snowmed mount. Also, it's just good to support people. Sphene genuinely cares for her people. I can respect her for that. And thanks to her tour, I've come to better understand the lives of the Alexandrians. They don't feel so strange and distant anymore. So we're supposed to go to a place called Trueview in the eastern sector. This conveyor ought to take us there. You know, once you get used to it, they're kind of actually kind of fun. Come on, Elio. So far, she has not. Sphene has not used the term Aether, I don't think. This is interesting. She keeps using energy. That would be interesting if they do refer to Aether just as energy. This is the right place, you think? Why is this not poised? I don't see the others, though. Well, rather than sitting and waiting, we might as well explore a little bit more. Huh? Elio, look over there. Oh? A Mamelja child? What are they doing here? Ooh. He's so cute. I love that the real reason that Glulja exists, or like the reason that like child Mamelja NPC exists is because they wanted to do Glulja. It's a nice touch with them being more classic sci-fi themed, yeah. You noticed too, right? The resemblance to Eorzean. The blue scales of Obuniwa with the futures of Hubiko? That can't be a coincidence. At any rate, it wouldn't do to leave such a small child on their own. Come on, let's go after them. You know, one of the things that's always funny to me is like I understand people wanting 14 to, because it started out more traditional fantasy, particularly in 1.0. But like, even there's like Magitech and all that. They're in every Final Fantasy game that has ever existed. I defy you to name me one Final Fantasy game that does not have both science fiction and fantasy in it, and existing intention. Like, there's always might be more science fiction versus fantasy. Like, you've got your 7 or 15, right? Your Nomura stuff, or 8, which has like a lot more science fiction. And then you've got something like a, what's a good one? Your 4s or your 16s or your, I don't know, oh, your 13 is also very science fiction-y, right? But there are some that are very science fiction-y, and there are some that are way more fantasy. Your 6s, but even there, they're still Magitech, right? So this is true of you. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but it does seem lively. That building's just about the only one that isn't lit up. Not open for business at this moment, I guess. Wah! Ah! I didn't see you there. Listen, we don't mean any harm. We just want to talk to... It's a bit odd, don't you think? They run off when we approach, only to suddenly reappear. Could it be that they want to take us somewhere? Is that the way of it? You want us to follow you? So it is. All right then, lead the way. Well, Des, when cyberpunk has existed for over 40 years as a fundamental part of the genre of science fiction, I at some point had to say that it's not classic science fiction at this point. Let's see where they take us. Ever notice how the poncho makes him look like a firefighter? I mean, I wasn't thinking that it does, but honestly, yeah, now looking at the colors, it does look like a firefighter's poncho. Good call. How are we doing on time? Oh man, we're already, man, I didn't feel like I took that many asides, but Jesus, that already took up, well, we only got 90 minutes left. Although I did say we'd probably go late today, so we'll see. We need to get to the outskirts first. I would also make the claim that S9 doesn't have a lot of the hallmarks of cyberpunk, just general science fiction. I open the floor to hear your arguments, Relish, because I would generally say that I would go to lengths to describe it as what is conventionally thought of in a lot of veins as at least on aesthetic level cyberpunk, but I'm listening. Because when I think classic sci-fi, I'm thinking like, I mean, not quite a trip to the moon classic, but I'm thinking much more like spacesuits, hard science fiction, technologies that aren't necessarily as fantastical as they are speculative. Is this here where you wanted to bring us? Too clean for cyberpunk? Sure. What is this place? If you're meant to relax here, it isn't working for me. I guess for me, part of the way I would call it cyberpunk is not necessarily just the cleanliness, because I would say more the dirtiness comes more in the moral ambiguity. But I think the thing is, like, it's much more of a dystopian story than it is a utopian story. I mean, most utopian stories are actually dystopian stories, but that's neither here nor there. Living memory, the idea of what is the self, what is an individual, what is worth keeping, what is, like a lot of those things I feel like still are very much within. Yeah. What is this place? If you're meant to relax here, it isn't working for me. Hey, what's your name? So you're still not inclined to talk. He'll only talk if he's completely comfortable with you. You know him? After a fashion, but never mind that. How about something to wet your whistle? Adorable as you are, it's on the house. I can recommend our special, Her Majesty. I'll prepare one with liquor for the boy, too. Without liquor for the boy, too. Also, assuming she's not talking to Elio. Cute. Yeah, Elio's like, don't look at me. Thanks, but no thanks. We're supposed to meet a friend named Kafkiwa. But we ran into the child on the way. He led us here. Oh, so you're with Kafkiwa. They've arrived. Yep, letting them in. In that case, go and have a chat with Big Tassos over there. He'll show you a fun place. What about him? I don't think he's in the mood to talk, so he can tend the bar with me. This is taking a turn for the strange, but don't you think we're walking into a trap? Remember that the soul is effectively the brain, right? So the removal of self from the physical body and not only being uploaded to a server, but also the transference of your brain into a robot body with Otis, right? I mean, I would definitely say there's augmentation and aspects. Because the soul is not like, don't think about like the soul in our world. The soul is effectively the brain. That is your memories, yourself, your, right? Individuals but no corporation, body augments, or a lot of the hallmarks. It's not corpo, but it's monarchical. It is like fascistic, autocratical power, right? I guess it's a monarchy, but so much cyberpunk media is cyberpunk light. It has to look, but not the substance. That's very true. That's absolutely true. Those themes are classic sci-fi, though. That's what is the self stuff. Cyberpunk, as Relish brought up, feels very people versus corporations. But genre ultimately is hard to pin down. True. Is melancholy a resonator? Is melancholy's resonator false or real? Regulator. Yeah, the regulator false or real? Presumably real. Remember, there's plenty of people that we talk to that seem to be part of Oblivion or against the normal runnings of things who still use the regulators. I'm more for diesel punk, mild sci-fi, castle futurism, or atomic nuclear punk myself. So I assume you like Frostpunk then, Des. Here, cyberpunk. Obviously, any definition we look up is gonna be very arguable, right? Because I think genres get hard to pin down. But let's use Wikipedia for the definition in this case. Cyberpunk is a subgenre of science fiction in dystopian futuristic setting to focus on the combination of low life and high tech. It features futuristic technological and scientific advancements such as artificial intelligence and cyberware, juxtaposed with societal collapse, dystopia, or decay. Much of cyberpunk is rooted in new wave science fiction. Yeah, so what I will say here, right, is that there isn't as much the low life in that a lot of people are kind of living with this semi-utopian, but this is basically life before the fall. This is effectively, cyberpunk. I would say that point one is a cyberpunk story, right? It is societal collapse. It is about the dystopia of the regulator system and living memory, and it is the decay of this once perfect utopia into falling apart because their entire system is built on the mass consumption of a non-renewable resource, right? Mix that with AIs, which are basically effective. I mean, it's not technically programmed, but to an extent, that is what Sphere is, right? And Endless is effectively a memory aether written that can be altered, and therefore it's not so necessarily discernible from what an AI program, an actual intelligence, would be. Futuristic technological and scientific achievements, check. Such as artificial intelligence and cyberware, check and check. Juxtaposed with societal collapse, dystopia, or decay. So, while yes, I think 7.0 is kind of a slight before the fall, the 0.0 is the decay, right? Zoologia is the decay. The use of the regulators is the decay, prepping it for a fall. Yeah. Haven't looked into the Frostpunk yet. Des, you'd love it. It's great. Oh, when might start getting there? Because I have my theories on the vessels they plan to use. Yeah. Look, if they Necrons are coming. That's all I'm thinking. Genre is weird. Gideon the Ninth is eco-fiction, science fiction with necromancy. Yeah. Personally, I like the Tron science fiction aesthetic. Dude, Tron Legacy is freaking gore. Tron Legacy is still one of the most beautiful films out there, in my opinion. I also really love post-apocalypse is great. I love post-apocalypse. Another one I like is, it's not so much apocalypse, but it's a design aesthetic which is like the reclamation of nature while the continuance of a semi-utopian society exists. The best aesthetic example I can give of this is, if any of you have seen Scott Pilgrim, not Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, but Scott Pilgrim, why am I forgetting its name? The anime that they made recently, that's phenomenal. There's an episode that they go to the future in, and the aesthetic of the future is like, there wasn't an apocalypse, and modernity still exists, but also nature has been allowed to reclaim it. But the aesthetic is in synchronicity with the two and harmony. So even though nature is reclaiming, there is still cleanness and not decay from that reclamation. It's beautiful. What is this fun place meant to be? Is Kefkiwa there? Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. Scott Pilgrim bread makes you fat, yeah. Ghibli post-apocalypse. Yeah, like Nazca, sure. The area is normally off limits, but Kefkiwa's told us about you. Let's follow the corridor and head into the room at the end. Let's go, Elio. Whatever happens, you won't catch me being surprised. Kind of a solar punkish thing? Yeah, ish, definitely relish, yeah.
Wonderful! They're here!
We've only just arrived ourselves.
Amazing.
I bid you welcome to the back room. Oblivion's humble headquarters.
A hideout tucked behind a drinking hole. Brings back memories, doesn't it?
Our members here are mainly creators and adapters. That is, scientists and engineers who specialize in electro. They use their skills to provide support to our field operatives. Geralt, Shale, be so kind as to give our friends an overview of your duties.
Well, there's provisioning. Gotta have supplies to fight a good fight, ain't ya? Luckily, we got the tools to craft most of what we need.
Did they voice him in
Gathering
the first?
intelligence is another vital aspect of our work. Everkeep's core system is a veritable treasure trove of information. You just need to know how to get in and find it. We also handle surveillance and communications, watching the enemy's movements and coordinating our own, that sort of thing.
And among all our activities, we spend a fair bit of effort investigating preservation. The organization credited with laying the foundations of electrope technology. From the soul management system to Everkeep's design, they're behind just about everything you see here. It'd be no exaggeration to say they made this realm what it is. But their magnum opus was without a doubt the power which was used to join Alexandria to Tural. Interdimensional fusion.
Said power isn't unlike my summoning technique and the magic within Azam's crystal. Yet, though the effect is localized, to be able to fuse realities. Even with my knowledge, I struggle to conceive how it could be possible.
Incidentally, the founders of our group, a husband and wife, were members of preservation at one point. That they opposed the fusing of worlds, and so defected in order to prevent it.
While not entirely unexpected, given what we have seen, this is still quite the revelation.
By By the by, that's an interesting earring you have there. A novel way of carrying a data storage device. Oh, you didn't know? Well, as a precautionary measure against machine infiltration, we scan everyone as they enter. And when we scanned you, we detected a small quantity of electrope. Though it's been dressed up, that earring is a storage device and no mistake. Bought it from a shop here, did you?
No, it isn't bought, but inherited.
In what way, AC?
So these people sent you through the portal along with the earring?
Do you know aught of them?
Listen, Cryo. The husband and wife who founded our order. It's believed that they were Malala. Though we have no evidence at present, we can't rule out the possibility that they were your parents, or perhaps close relations. This I posit because they were the very individuals who spearheaded the research into interdimensional fusion. As traitors to preservation, they were relentlessly pursued. If they had a child they feared they couldn't keep safe, entrusting her to the people of another world might have been their best option.
My parents, the founders of Oblivion. Tell me everything you know about them, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Anything and everything.
We don't even know their names, I'm afraid. In a bid to elude preservation's agents, we suspect they erased all trace of themselves. I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help. If you're interested, though, you're welcome to review our accumulated data.
Yes, please. As an individual and member of my order both, I wish to learn as much as possible.
I should also like to peruse the data. Where the joining of realities is concerned, I may well be of service.
Of course. Feel free to peruse to your heart's content.
Thank you.
If you like, I can examine your earring. I have to say, the prospect that it belonged to our founders has me itching to take a look.
I dare say we have enough eyes to pore over your records. Is there any other way we might be productive?
Not right now. We're still waiting for Zoralja to make the next move.
In that case, Alice, would you mind accompanying me?
Gladly.
I've buggered it up again!
Never a moment's peace. Pay him no mind. I don't.
Why do I know who is Shale's voice actress?
Oi, you two there! One of you give me a hand, would you? Don't matter who.
I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Shale.
That's who Shale's voice actress is? It's Fail Ul's voice actress. That's funny. No, I knew I loved for a little bit. It's not the headache. It's the spasms that have been affecting me throughout the year. Usually I don't have attacks on stream. It's just neurological. It'll pass. But that's the sort of imagine stuff like that happening a lot throughout the day, or for long periods, is part of why I've been slow to return to work and streaming. It was a lot worse 7 months ago or so, and even a couple months ago. Yeah. Luckily, this one's mainly only in my face and talking. Sorry. Yeah. That's interesting range. Yeah. Well, Relish, remember too that Titania's voice actress, the "You can sleep when you're dead," that's Y'shtola's voice actress. So it wouldn't be the first time a pixie has quite a bit of range too. Also, she's the Eliminator's voice actress, apparently. What set are the Oblivion members wearing? Here, I can check. Shale is wearing the Crystarium coat of... I can't... Crystarium coat of aiming. The Neo-ish Guardian gloves and prototype Midian pants, and then the Troyan leg wraps. Although what's interesting is that her Troyan leg look dyed, but I don't think the Troyan leg wraps can be dyed. Maybe they can. Maybe I'm wrong. Genalt is wearing the Forgeras long kilt and the Adept's thigh boots. Yeah, it's mainly Crystarium jacket of some kind. Guess we forgot they had an event to host today. Oops. Great, good to glad to have you. You forgot about the maps. Yeah, with Hydaelyn got a one. I wonder if we'll be starting to get more weird incursions from other shards. I mean, to be fair, there's only 3 left at this point. There's the 9th we have effectively some kind of incursion from. I thought they were going to do an incursion plot, Relish, but now having done kind of that already with Dawn Trail, I wonder if we won't have that anytime immediately. But I could imagine what happens if we open a door to another reflection, and that reflection is warmongering like Alag, right? I mean, again, to be fair, they kind of did that story with Alexandria in this, so... but they could still be done a different way. It also depends on if the imagery that Sphene shows us in Terphos, if the 3 maps that we see are there other reflections, or if they're only one reflection, because the ice, wind, and earth locales are very interesting. Raha's foreshadowing. Isn't Shale also the voice of the Lalafell Worldly Affairs official from Charlian? She's not listed as it. The boots might be a level 22 crafted boots that are dyeable. It doesn't say so, but yeah. Nice that they give the VAs a lots of work. Yeah. Well, I mean, from an economic standpoint, it makes a bunch of sense to make sure that you have someone doubling up multiple roles, so you can pay one actor rather than having to get multiple in, right? It also makes scheduling a lot easier. Remaining 3 shards from form a super alliance. Well, they would have to be able to interconnect and connect with each other. Friendly reminder that the remaining reflections, there are 1st, 13th, 4th, 9th, 8th, and 11th, of which 1st, 9th, and 13th are accounted for. So only 4, 8, and 11 are mysteries as to their current thing. Maybe the next reflection is just nice and everyone is happy. We can dream. We can dream. Eliminator is voiced by Olivia Morgan, who also voices Shale. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Danny. We were just talking about Shale. I feel for you. While Genalt is a brilliant adapter, it's as if he's stuck on full volume. It's all I can do to put up with the clamor. By the by, you didn't know him before, did you? Don't see how you could, but for a moment there, you were looking at him like you'd seen a ghost. Shale has already extracted data on the earring. At long last, a clue. My apologies, but I'll remain here to review the information. Seldom does one see Kral so openly impassioned. As her comrade, I will do my best to support her. Better you than me. This place was originally designed by preservation engineers. That's why it's wall to wall with contraptions. A little. Try to keep closer to the rest of us so you don't get surrounded. While I go in the attack, do you think I'm pushing forward too quickly? Oh, they're talking battle strategy. That's really cute. Is there anything to learn here? Is there a Geralt and a Rowena on every shard? And how many of them are in a relationship or broken up from one? That we know of so far, there is one for the 1st, the Source, and the 9th. We don't know about the 13th. Oh, no lines or anything. We don't know about the 13th. This device is for etching circuits on electrode. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I do love how they feels like they just took the inside of a PC, of like a modern RGB PC, and said this is the aesthetic for Solution 9. Also, I love that the 3D printer is just going all over the place and also printing while the bed is lowering. It's like, what no. So you're saying that Electrope has many uses. Electrope is a pathway to many powers that some would consider unnatural. How much of Azem's garbage are we going to have to track down is also a good question. Yeah. It's really interesting that Azem's stone was left with magic imbued into it. But it's worth pointing out that Azem seemed to be aware that we were going to arrive for Pandemonium, which implies at some point either we meet Azem or at some point Azem is just aware of, to some extent, of how the future is going to play out. Lunch break. Welcome back, Sarah. We also know it's Alfino's fault for Rowena's business on the 1st. Yeah. Only comparable technology that comes to mind is Loperate Aether printers. Sure. It's not the story that the Archon... It's not a story. It's not a story the Archons would tell you. Electrope is the pathway to many powers that some might consider unnatural. Probably got told by Vanna. But Vanna didn't know we were going to come for Pandemonium, Danny. That only explains our future, but at that point we had meant to Pandemonium, or that we were going to arrive. Pandemonium only happens after we leave Elpis. So his awareness that we would land and meet Elidibus can't be tied to Vanna telling him. Sorry, you had to see me passion spilling over there. Happens when you put your heart and soul into your craft, you know. And not to be weird or nothing, but I feel a sense of kinship when I saw you, as if you had met in another life. Any road, as I was saying, I need someone to lend me a hand. I haven't slept for 2 nights now, not a single wink, and I'm ripe to collapse. I can't afford to though. Got folks relying on me, see? But I'm to keep at it. I need you to fetch me my favorite energy tonic. I want them to make this an actual drinking game. That voucher's good for 2 cans. One for yourself by way of welcome. Can't get the stuff in any old vending machine though. You need to talk to the bloke named Philemon. You'll need him to end in bar out in the main strip. Off you go now. Yeah, we couldn't have told Vanna about all the demons. Yeah, because we didn't. Pandemonium happens in 6 point only after we return. Like specifically, we know it's a return, right? Is Geralt going to make our relics or what? I mean, it's possible. I think the only thing that prevents me from thinking so is that I would assume that they're going to be tied to the occult crescent. Which makes me think that it's less likely. But it's still possible that Geralt could leave Alexandria and come out. Kind of like what they did with Eureka. But I would assume it's going to be closer to like what Bosnia Zadnor. So relic weapons for 6.2. Yes. Or at least precursor. Welcome. What are you having? 2 energy drinks? Energy tonics you can't get from vending machines. How dare you suggest that I sell such dangerous stuff? Away with you and don't come back. Got a voucher? Slip it to me then. Nice and subtle. Ah, so you're collecting for Geralt. A can for him and a can for you, eh? Here you go. Yours is formulated for beginners. Gentler than the full strength stuff. It's not contraband or anything, so you won't run afoul of the authorities. But if the Rodinia Consortium was made aware of my special selection, it'd be bad for business. Now, seeing as it's your first time, I want you to drink the tonic here, just in case there are any side effects. Side effects? I mean, okay. How weird could it be? I mean, it's just like, I've had some weird stuff before, and this is like, whoa my god! Now that's how you do it. Your pulse ought to quicken soon, after which you'll start to see everything more clearly. And then finally, you'll feel a roaring surge of energy. People say it's like growing a pair of rainbow wings. Well, you haven't up and cracked it, so hurry along and give Geralt his tonic. He tends to leave it at the last moment, and I expect he's about to keel over. I feel invincible! All these squares make a rectangle? All these squares make a rectangle? Energy tonic. Taste the rainbow. I mean, future sight's not impossible in 14, so maybe Azem did know and left weird clues about our objects. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it could be something more like Mikoto. Sure, Relic. I would point out that if Mikoto, or if he had that ability, presumably, though, also the Warrior of Light should have that capacity. I think that maybe be a part of Azem's power and always aware they are to set up all of their paths. To be fair, though, Vinaz's not. So that would be true maybe of this Azem, but at least not the role. You head into the back rooms. Give us the neon hair, Yoshi-P. Yeah, it's the relic weapon 6.2. Maybe Geralt will be contracted for it. Maybe Geralt and Geralt meet. Geralt could be involved in the crafter-gatherer relics like how Geralt was in 6.x. Sure. Nice and subtle. Warrior of Light uses the patented hand-over motion. Drinks rainbows. Apparently the bird that minion can't survive in captivity. Oh. That's sad. Power Star music. Yeah. We so need to drink as a consumable item or emote. Yeah, Red Rodnik gives you wings. Kami, I need you to tell me. Kami, I need you to tell me I can leave whenever you want. Mr. Popo, you can. Don't tell me what to do! Enjoy the climb back up, bitch. You got the tonic? Give it here, quick. That stuff ain't like nothing. Like it to blow the cobwebs right out with a great big kaboom. Awaken something feral in me, it does. Transform me into a remorseless beast when it won't stop till it's done, when it was born to do. Any road. Sorry for sending you off on an errand like that. I just can't concentrate without me tonic, you know? And that pile of work only ever gets bigger. Speaking of which, I better get back to it. These weapons ain't tools, ain't gonna enhance themselves. I mean, with the lines like that, I have to assume he's gonna be associated with some kind of upgrading. Side effects include nausea, heartburn, aether sickness, lortism, glowing, floor taking, licking the like button, echo visions, lightning.
I've been meaning to ask about that Mamulja child.
Very good, Des.
Could he be...
Yes. In all likelihood, he's Zoralja's son.
Don't forget about the Arcadian owner, Dr. Relish.
So you think so too? But what is he doing here?
I was so certain Ghoul Jaja was a clone.
Abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the Drift Downs a few years ago.
I was so certain Ghoul Jaja was a clone. I mean, I was like 95%, certain. Because, one, where would Zoralja have gotten a female Mammalja to fuck? Two, who Zoralja be fucking? Zoralja ain't got time for that. He's too busy doing his own shit and the stuff he wants to do. I feel strongly that this is a case of while Elio was wrong, all Elio's reasoning was correct. One, where would they get a female Maja? There shouldn't have been any there. There wasn't, except for one because of a very specific series of circumstances. Two, Zoralja, who'd Zoralja be fucking? He ain't got time for that. No, he doesn't, and he doesn't care about it, and he doesn't want to be, but he would use it as payment. So, my reasoning and rationale were all correct, even if I was wrong in the end, which is not the first time, nor will it be the last time that that's the case. Elio's so wrong. Yeah.
To think he cast aside his child.
We can't say for certain who he was born to, or why he was on his own. But he's a blue-scaled Hubigo, and Zoralja is the only other one around. That being the case, everyone assumes they're father and son. Even the boy has put two and two together. This all happened when he was very little, so he has no recollection of his parents. It breaks my heart to think of it.
What's his name?
Gulja. It was my hope that he'd grow up to be a man of principle, like his grandfather.
It's a fine name.
I should mention that the boy is a little unusual. At first, I intended to raise him as my own, but just when I thought he was warming to me, he suddenly disappeared. We searched high and low for several days, and where should he turn up but in the wilds near Everkeep?
What? It's a miracle he didn't fall prey to fiends.
See? That's another unusual thing. Creatures don't seem to attack him. He could pick his way through the Thunder Yards as if he were on a stroll. On making inquiries, we learned that he had been living alone and receiving food from the people of the outskirts. This became something of a pattern. We track him down and bring him back, only for him to disappear again within a matter of days. He would return to the wilds without fail, and once again rely on the kindness of strangers to survive. Finally, I took the hint and left him be, giving him the solitude he prefers, and lending a hand only when he explicitly asks.
If Gulja is Zoralja's child, that makes him my nephew. Assuming he's willing, I'd be glad to take him in like Papa did for me.
I didn't even think about that, right? She was taken in.
But seeing as I'm here to kill his father, I don't know if it would be right.
Who was that?
Oh dear. It's Gulja.
Don't tell me he heard everything.
This is my fault. I asked that he be kept away, but I should have taken more precautions.
I'm going after him. I need to explain.
Wait, Lamachi. I understand your haste, but it'd be best to coordinate a search. Kapkiwa, do you have any idea where he might go?
There's no telling, I'm afraid. He could as easily be outside the tower as here in Solution 9.
If those who can fight would search below, my mother and I will scour the district.
Sounds like a plan. Let's get to it.
So there's a second order effect problem going on here. The second half, the first half being less devoted to intrigue, and the second half being so devoted to intrigue, kind of makes the issue that in the second half, there's less room for emotions. Not that they aren't present, but it's like the density is so high that even, like as an example, when later in Everkeep, when Zoralja passes, as much as I'm interested in what's going on there, there's also so much other stuff going on that it's harder to have that moment in climax. Like as an example, in Shadowbringers, when we're defeating Vothri, there isn't this feeling of, like, yes, we don't know what map 6 is at that point, but it feels like if everything's coming to a head. So you aren't stuck thinking, like, wait, but there's this bigger issue, or thing that you're wondering about, like, what with living memory and everything around that. So it's hard for everything to come ahead all by itself. Like, there's so many mysteries around Sphene, whereas there aren't lingering mysteries in the same way in Shadowbringers by the time you get to Vault 3. Other than, obviously, what's map 6, what's trial 3, right? Like, you know on that structural level, but you aren't thinking... There's no living memory in terms of waiting for it to come in the same way that you're waiting for Amarok to come. And Ultima Thule, you're constantly... The thing is that in Endwalker, beating Zodiark is like the ending of like the first half in a way. And everything going on after that is rising to the fight against Medion, effectively. Even Elpis is, while a break and flow, all the emotions, all the intrigue is constant in that at a constant clip and pace. You're constantly being given both at a pretty... There is no moment that isn't full of like intrigue and emotion throughout the entirety of 6.0. And so it's balanced into Omare Lamentorum, it's balanced into Elpis, it's balanced into... And Elpis is also given the time to requisitely breathe and convey all of this as well as going into Ultima Thule being very clear and explicit about where we're always headed. We don't know, we know we're going to Medion by the end of map 5, but we might not know what Ultima Thule is, but we know that our direction and our heading. Maybe there is one megacorp owned by Rodina. Yeah, don't forget about the Arcadion, too. I'm sort of glad they didn't give an emote that does the permanent, because God abused his limbs abusive, right? I mean, you can do a lot to decrease the effects. Yeah, he went to Electro Harmony. At least so long ago. The woman waited like 25 years to have a kid. Yeah. It's fortunate that they didn't want to wear any protection that day. Well, Zoraljah was very surprised. I think partly because he probably assumed he was sterile. Doug Arcadian, owner of the Arcadion. Yeah. If you disable other VFX, clear the spam out of your screen. Yeah. It's more feels than there might have been other methods. She got her baby, maybe. It more of feels that there might have been other methods. I suspect, Nevik, it's more that they're talking around that they did the deed rather than just saying it flat out because of probably ratings, how ratings are done. Like ESRB ratings, that kind of thing. Peggy ratings, that kind of thing. What's the matter, kid? Never seen the Kill Your Family show before? I think so, at least the more annoying ones like X-Flare. Yeah. Regardless of circumstance, Zoraljah is Galuljah's father. The boy is bound to be confused. If Galuljah is outside the tower, we need to find him as quickly as possible. Even if he is used to getting around on his own, the wilds are still no place for a child. Agreed. While Kryl and Raha continue reviewing the data, the three of us should devote ourselves to the search. Alright, let's head to the base of the tower and take it from here. No more once upon a time. Worry not, the rest of us will keep our preparations moving along. Need but concentrate on finding Galuljah. I hope Galuljah will be alright. Should he return here, we'll be certain to let you know. I'm sorry, I should have noticed sooner. It's like realizing the Goofy has a biological son, but the Goofy movie is amazing. Look, we all know, if there is one thing in this life I know, and I know it firmly, it is that Goofy fucks. I dare you to tell me otherwise, because I can prove that I'm right. The game is rated PEGI 16 and USK 12. Both are ratings that allow for that. Yeah, but Danny, there's more ratings, there's more locations than just those, and like ESRB. Also, the ESRB is really weird about sexual references compared to like direct active sexual references versus like blood. And what you can get away with is variable. I'm sure with ESRB it would still be allowed, but my point is that there are the social norms and allowances for that are spectrum. And I'm not pointing out that, like, I'm not trying to say that is 100% the case. All my point is that that is a very, like, it is a very possible one, right? I think having Zoraljah be near a silent antagonist for most of the story makes his story with Galuljah messy. I agree. I think it really, on a basic level, though, comes down to his laconicness in the first half. Because I think, on a fundamental level, his reasonings and actions, including in 7.1 and at the end of Everkeep, add up. All of it adds up. But I think not having an entrance into the interior psyche of that self-pressure before effectively it pays off for the most part definitely makes it... I don't want to say it's messy, because I don't think it's actually messy. I just think it ends up being underbaked. Even if the execution of its... Even if the third act of that relationship is perfect. But the first and second act are underbaked, so it doesn't matter if the third half works on its own. I do what I want, Danny. What do you want from me? But no, you're right. Honestly, most of the time I do that, Danny, it's mostly because I just want some extra time to talk back to comments. And I don't like just standing around and having no movement going on. Heritage found is a large area. Splitting up would allow us to cover more ground. Well, here we are outside, but where do we even begin? Perhaps someone has caught sight of Gul'ja. Let's make inquisitions nearby. Good idea. Could you handle the outskirts, Alice? In the meantime, Elio and I will head beyond the big wall. Actually, you know what I got while we were in there, and I think I will use as the mount. I've never actually ridden on this thing. Why do I feel so slow? Okay, if I'm gonna be that slow, I'm just gonna take the SDS Finner. Oh yeah. Goofy. Yeah. There's a KH comic YouTube video of Sora being mortified of the idea. I want to ask, but then I know, and I don't want to know. You're welcome, Althea. You feel slow because no riding map. Is there really a riding map at this point? Crazy. Right, you use the bicolored gemstones to grab it. Gul'ja doesn't appear to be in the area. However, you catch sight of a group of people in the distance in the southwest. You spotted those people too, yes? Perhaps they've seen something. Come on, wait, southwest. Oh, I guess that is southwest. Yeah, I don't know why. That's right. Sorry, Tam. Don't mean to outpace you each time. Like, we see him hesitate with Gul'ja in the trial, and having any hint of why would have been nice. I can make assumptions, but only that, and finding out after doesn't work so well. So, I'm with you. What I will give some more credence to the game for is I don't think it's fair to say there's no hint. There's plenty of dialogue even up to this, not plenty. There is quite a few pieces of dialogue up to this point that allow you to infer that the chip on his shoulder. And the conversation we will get right before he invades Tuliolal a second time, mixed with I mean, mainly that before, and then also the fight at Everkeep, the absorption of souls, seeing the souls in the fight, etc. Before he has his moment with Gul'ja, does convey that. Now, you can basically take out everything in Everkeep because to be fair to argue that anything in that fight is still part and parcel to the cutscene that comes after, right? Effectively, you're at the finale. I do think there's plenty of hints. I think there's actually plenty of hints. I think the problem is there's not enough text. And I don't mean like literal text. I mean like subtext, text. Like I mean literal any form of text that communicates that idea. For instance, part of the MSQ where we go around and get a very strong sense about all the exterior pressure unintentionally applied to him, or the exterior pressure unintentionally applied to him by Gul'ja, right? I am not familiar with your footfalls. However, I know you are a Shadowbringer. Hopefully you're a Heaven's Word, for I fear the storm of blood. Do you have any answers? Looks like I have some sort of salvage yard. Well, let's ask for Gul'ja. Gul'ja isn't here. You know the boy? Have you seen him? Bitch, I'm blind. Oh, forgive me. I didn't know you were... No offense taken. My name is Tapu. My eyes may be useless, but my ears are sharper for it. I can recognize people by their footfalls, including Gulja. So he didn't come this way. Where in the world could he be? I do not know your voice. Who are you to Gulja, and why do you search for him? I'm family, though we're not related by blood. His father is my brother. I've only just met Gulja, and we haven't had a chance to talk properly. But I'm about to do something that will make him hate me, and I wanted the chance to explain. His father is your brother, and that means you're... Yes, I am Wuklamat, vow of resolve of Tuliolal. I have journeyed here to bring my brother Zralja to account for murdering our people and our father. When all is said and done, Gulja may want nothing to do with me. Nonetheless, I'll always consider him family. I'll always be there for him, and I want him to know that. It tears you apart to do what you must. The quiver in your voice tells the tale. Gulja was headed south there. A place that is close to his home, as he knows. Find and bear your heart to him. Should he in turn bear his heart to you, accept and respect his wishes, as Queen Sphene respected ours when she granted us a place in her realm. I will. Don't worry. But, what do you mean when you say Sphene respected your wishes? Out of concern for our well-being, Her Majesty had urged us to reside inside Everkeep. When we declined, not only did she gracefully accept our decision, she granted us the necessary supplies to make our home here. And since then, she has paid us regular visits to see how we fare. That sounds like Sphene, all right. Well, thanks for telling me about Gulja. I'll find him, and then we'll have a good talk. We continue south, it seems. Let's keep our eyes peeled as we make our way. I don't know if people, like, play the first half and then they just don't like Sphene because of, like, her growing into a ruler. But, I mean, it's hard for me to understand not liking Sphene. It's hard for me to not understand liking Sphene, in the second half, because she's pretty much just competent. Pretty much the whole way through. I mean, like, slightly idealistic, but not even, like, annoyingly idealistic. The things we find are used in one of two ways, for ourselves or passed on to others. We must meet all sorts of interesting individuals over time, and over time we gradually build a larger network of contacts. I can tell you have a good eye, and I'm not talking about your ocular capabilities. What I mean is that you seem to be well suited for finding lost valuables, useful resources and the like. If you mind to become a reforger, I'm certain you could go far. As possessor of a good eye myself, I'd be on it. I wonder if we'll get one of these guys as a custom delivery. Out of context summon, yeah. Hey, an actually blind character, and not like Toph Beifong kind of blind. Well, I mean, instead of Toph, you could just say like Y'shtola, because that's the analogy here, right? That's similar. I refuse to believe that they don't have daredevils of some sort of jackass group in Eorzea. Oh, no regulator on her. Yeah, her people don't use regulators. They want to live normal lives. I forget if it's a side quest or where they talk about it. Imagine jackass, but they could recover from lethal pranks. Exactly, it'd be great in Solution 9. I'm Penjo Ja, and this is licking an electrope 2. Actual question that just occurred to me. Did the Shitona have the same lifespan as the Viera or of Ilsabard? If so, yes, they do. 30 years under the barrier would be a relatively brief time to them. Correct. They do because we know Kefkiwa was was still in her relative youth, but was one of Gulul Jaja's companions. So yes. Out of context, though, man. I think it's mostly that Wook keeps reaching out to Sphene even now the audience fees has gone too far, but I think it's a bad argument. Yeah, I think that deeply ignores the story that is being told, right? Which is not, like, even literally, Wuklamat's final challenge is, look, I see that you are standing for ideals that are true, even if I will stand against them. Fight me as you. This ends now, right? It is basically a slightly more compassionate version of what we do with Emmett Selk, but with less judgment and more just. But that's because Wukulmat has seen. Look, Wukulmat is the leader of a coalition, constantly dealing with other leaders who she has to lead, right? She is used to, and the lesson she has taken from her time is that understanding people and not rushing to judgment, but instead dispassionately standing standing against them if their ideals are destructive is more effective than standing in ardent judgment. Wukulmat does not just roll over or just think like, we will definitely solve all our problems by talking every time, and we will never have to resort to violence. She's here to kill Zoralja. She will kill Sphene. She does those things. But she's wise in that she's desperately trying to avoid conflict to the last of what she can do. That's not foolishness, that's wisdom. I mean, it's foolishness if she, is going to allow more suffering, for sure. But she's trying to reduce suffering. She's trying to say, like, okay, I understand you. I understand why your context created this situation. Also, this probably needs to change. But just ignoring you, judging you, and forcing it to happen does not actually solve the problem and change everyone's. You don't change thought by legislation or by force alone. You change thought by inspiring people and convincing them. Or convincing them, right? But sometimes force is necessary in the case of like Zoralja, right? Zoralja's not gonna listen. Wukulmat knows that. Wukulmat is not here being like, we'll talk to Zoralja and it's gonna be fine the whole time until the last moment and she has to kill him, right? Literally from the arrival here, she is like, I need to hold Zoralja to account. He cannot be allowed to continue. I must kill him. Right? So, I just think that, like, I don't know, it feels like the argument is based that, like, if Wukulmat was treating Zoralja like she was treating Sphene, I'd get it, But I think the point is that is established is that Sphene is shown to be specifically a compassionate and good ruler, and there's the best of her is what Wukulmat wants to believe in and wants to see if there is a way to find that to be something that it can be done and really live in harmony together, right? Yeah. Sorry, Elio, I had to laugh at your pronunciation of pendejo. Oh, did I say pendejo or something? It means stupider. Wow, there you go, yeah. Jackass as in from Nier Automata. Well played. Something slightly different on Final Fantasy 14 Archive. Music for the new zones, Winter's Warm. Yeah. Oh, did you finish your video, Ray? Yeah. Definitely go check it out. I think it's mostly just logged in and it was an Ulda so I could check the next Viper class quest and I have it. It's Fangs the Viper. Yeah, definitely a good series with Keshqua. How are we doing on time? Oh, we're right on schedule. I was planning to stop sometime after meeting Otis, so. It's a town. Archeo Alexandria. And half of it is submerged. The architecture looks nothing like we've seen so far. It's more Sharlayan. I wouldn't call that Sharlayan, but I mean, I guess. I don't know. Ah, there. He is among the ruins. I mean, it's Western. It's European, but like. I only caught a glimpse, but there's no mistaking the tiny silhouette. Let's hurry after him. It'd be a disaster if a building collapsed while he's inside. Oh, definitely, but people are reductive when it comes to 14 characters sometimes, so it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, you're right. And I think, like, my desire and my, even to the point of cringe, focus is, let's be thoughtful. And also, if people are right, and if people are right about a character, right, if, like, Wukulmat was doing that with, like, Zoralja, I mean, usually I reserve some amount of judgment and I'm often overly kind, but also, like, I will criticize things. Like, for instance, the ending of A Realm Reborn when everyone charges La Habrea and screams and it's power of the friendship, I don't think that's very good. I think that's, like, doesn't work very well, right? As an example. I think there is a failing in Dawn Trail to explain Zoralia earlier on. I think Bakul Jaja could use a little bit of a slight increased contextualization throughout, although I think that there's a much better job the second time through than it was first. I think the lack of intrigue in the front half and extreme amount of intrigue in the back half inhibits emotion on both ends. I think, like, there's lots of things will criticize. I ain't a fucking defense force. I just want to criticize it because it's warranted rather than, you know. Also, just because something leaves me kind of cold does not necessarily mean it's bad, you know? Bad and good or perfect and terrible are not the only ends of the spectrum. Also, something can be structurally sound, but also just not be moving emotionally for you, or, you know. And that can be a problem, but there's a difference between structurally unsound and not emotionally moving versus structurally sound and emotionally moving. I only saw him for a moment before he disappeared behind the building, but I'm pretty sure Galulja was heading further south. I'll contact Alice on Link Pearl and let her know to join us. So there's some stuff I want to point out. So, actually, let me go to Electrope Strike before we continue. I'll grab the Aetherite and a tune. I should get in a tune emote. Here, let me. So yeah, so you can see like giant pool of energy that's here, and you'll see light constantly strike it. The other place you'll see lightning constantly strike is those pools. So you see the lightning starts in the pool and then explodes out or is struck by the sky. Like look. Oh, hey, there's a B rank. So see 11 energy pools. And then if we step back, it's about every minute or so. It's like, I think these 11 energy pools are probably kind of connecting to the fact that Yasulani is kind of in the Yellowstone region. I mean, it's kind of in Montana. I mean, yeah, it is. It's kind of, yeah, no, it literally is. It's in Montana. So like lightning geysers. So the energy's charging here. And it almost looks like it's expelling it outwards, right? Rather than necessarily always being struck. It's like a surplus of Aether. My only real jaw complaint is it should have had more friction in the beats. Do you have any good examples, Relish? Like what you would have liked? Jump the pool, Elio. The friendship mode in Realm Reborn doesn't feel earned. At that point, you're still very much a tool of Scion and doing all the dirty work. That too. ARR was very cheesy. Yeah, parts of it at the very least. ARR is the only real time I would say I would agree with criticisms of 14 saying it's very anime. So this is Electrope, right? Lightning levels seem normal, all clear. So you can see, I wish I had my flying mount. I could show this easier. Did I jump down here? Oh, that's cool. Okay, but see, that's raw Electrope that's being dug up. Converted up here, and then is then turned into the material that we know. Sorry, bud. I need the SDS. The big crack is where I assume the nuke hit. Well, the thing is, we know there was a super weapon. We don't actually know what the super weapon was. For all we know, it was an aerosolized gas that went into the atmosphere and increased 11 energies, and that was the byproduct of those energies. The other thing that gets weird is like, okay, well, if it was a big nuke, why are there holes over here that seem to be full of the same energy that's over there, right? I'm not saying it wasn't a big nuke when we think super weapon. Well, how do we know it wasn't fucking Vegnagun, right? Yeah, like the cooking feed, for example, gave us the most compliant partner where it was Zoralia. It might have been more interesting. True. What I will say in the game's defense is that instead of just being for the sake of it being a compliant partner, it's specifically to build up Kona, which since he's going to be co-head with Wuklamot, him being built up is incredibly important, right? So had they emphasized Zoralia over Kona and not build up Kona enough, when he becomes co-head, it would have felt also weak. But yeah, I hope it was a Gundam. Look, Vegna is basically a giant moth Gundam, okay, that you play with a giant orchestra or piano. Like, if you don't know, okay, let me show you guys Vegna. Let me show you freaking Vegna. So I need to sit the fuck up. Why am I slouching? Let me. Vegna gun. This is Vegna gun from Final Fantasy X-2. Is a giant like moth mecha. I'm gonna find a good picture of it. That's like a human for scale versus its head. Let me see if I can find its control section. It is controlled by basically an organ piano that is played. Also, it literally opens its jaw and takes out a giant cannon that if you let fire just ends the game. I lost the game. Mecha Mothra, I'm in. Yeah, Vegna Gun is basically Mecha Mothra. That is exactly what Vegna Gun is, with a giant cannon. This is the area, but the canals and debris make it hard to get a good view. Let's split up and search. If you could head into the canals, I'll make my way through the streets. When we find Galuja, let's watch from a distance until he gets to his destination. We don't want to startle him and cause an accident. See, this is what you gotta worry about, guys. There's just random Lalafels wandering through the streets. They might mug you for your money. Looks like another trailing duty is coming up. I'll make a mincemeat of the mobs. Thanks, thank you very much. I just assume nuke because they talk about levin sickness like radiation, but you're right, I'm making assumptions. And it's not an unfair assumption, Relish. I want to be very clear. I am only just cautioning that we technically don't have a very strong sense for it. And we don't, and levin sickness seems to correspond with a rise in it post the firing of the weapon, but that also could just be the ambient lightning energy, which, to be fair, is like acting like a form of radiation, but that's like, that levin energy may have been already on the rise anyways, right? I think you're right, to be clear. I think it was some kind of like bomb or cannon or weapon like that, but damn it. You're welcome, Althea. It's funny, I know people didn't love these quests at first. I do think that the radial thing now showing where they're staring and whether or not you're in view drastically has improved these following. I liked them before, but now I think they're just not really. I don't have a lot of criticism other than, I guess, yeah, they're slow. I like that you can do it on a mount. Yeah. You disliked them before, now you don't mind them so much? Sure. Dude, guys, we're gonna be done with 7.0 by the end of this week. I've got some other streams that I'm ready to do, like reading Encyclopedia Eorzea's out loud, or reading all of the fish lore as a stream, or the musical streams will come back, stuff like that. But I don't want to go into 7.1 until 7.3, do that until 7.3's out. And I don't want to do Arcadion or Echoes of Vana'diel until they're all out. But do you guys have any streams you particularly want? Do we just go back to the beginning at this point? Do we just, now that there's the graphics update, do we just restart, do them all, do it all again with all that we've learned and all the improvements I've made in voice acting? I can't even imagine how much. I mean, I'm not saying I'm great now, but I assume I got a lot better in voice acting just from doing it so much more since I started. Anytime they add more variety to the MSQ quest type is a good thing. Yeah, I agree, Relish. Yeah. Do it again as a cat. Ray, do you have a bias towards cat girls? No, that couldn't be it. Apropos echoes, have you been in the zone today? They changed the music for the Starlight event. When you say zone, do you mean like Limsa, or do you mean which zone are you talking about?
He's come a long way on such short legs. It's a relief he didn't get hurt.
What's here, I wonder?
Oh, they changed it for Echoes of Vanadil. That's cute. Is it the same as it is in 11? Is that what it is? Juno's like music is it the 11? Or do they even have a Starlight event? Oh god, it's the Nutkin.
So he's looking after those little ones.
Gululja.
Not another step!
What? A sentry?
Does anybody find it weird
Run,
that
Gululja, run!
Otis is in the shape of a mammal jaw?
You know the boy. Who are you? And what do you want?
Like he's in the shape of a Hoobigo, but he wasn't. Obviously wasn't here, and there shouldn't have been mammal jaw on the 9th. Well, there might have been.
My name is Wuklamat, and I've come to talk to Gululja.
Is that so?
I'm sorry if I scared you. I want to get to know you better. That's all.
And you, my boy, do you wish to speak with them?
I heard them talking. She said she's going to kill my father.
Villains! I will deal with them forthwith!
Yeah, 1.0
What?
14 was definitely 11.2 for sure.
I want to get to know her too.
Oh, buddy.
I see. If that is your desire, then I shall stand aside.
All right then. Let's talk, you and I. Lots. But, who's the ancient-looking and articulate machine?
If I look ancient, it is because I am. This has been my vessel for no less than 380 years.
Vessel?
Otis is my friend. When I was hungry and sad, he came and looked after me. He cooks for me and teaches me all kinds of things. Like how to read and write and not be noticed by dangerous creatures.
This machine cooks for you.
And teaches you about fiends. What is he exactly?
He's the General Grievous to Darth
How
Vader.
remiss of me. I had neglected to introduce myself. Sir Otis Valona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria, at your service.
You're captain of the Knights?
If you think about General Grievous as basically being a prelude to Darth Vader, Otis is a prelude to Sven, basically. You've been functioning for nearly 400 years?
And there I thought it was Gululja with whom you wished to speak. Not that I'm averse to taking a walk down memory lane. But ere I regale you, we must take our repast.
A meal. Here. I hate to turn down food, but I'd prefer to have this conversation in the back room.
Please, I'm really hungry.
All right, all right. A repast it is.
She's going to spoil her nephew silly. I'll send word to Erenville so the others can stop worrying.
Now, if I might prevail upon your assistance, I shall whip up my most delectable specialty.
Well, that's an interesting idea, Relish. Yeah, he misspoke, Steiner. Yeah. They had have played at only 11 for influence, and yeah. Well, yeah, and I mean, just from a lore perspective, 14 1.0, it's just so similar to 11, it's hilarious. 14 has borrowed most, if not all, of 11's holidays. Okay. The Nutkin I thought was going to play a bigger part in Dawn Trail, to be honest. Yeah. Well, with the Wichtola thing. I haven't played from Malay. I've heard the 11. It's the 11th Christmas music. That explains it. I hadn't listened to the link you sent yet, Ray, the downloaded file for it. I'm sure that if I listened to it earlier, I might have noticed.
He spoke to Gululja. He actually spoke to us. If Otis had been around for as long as he claims, perhaps he knows things that even Oblivion is aware of. Otis cooks the best food.
So, my new friends, I would enlist your aid in procuring the agreements for our repast. After all, the most enjoyable meals are those we make together.
We're happy to pitch in, of course, but what ingredients did you have in mind?
First of all, some yam and pumpkin. The people of the outskirts should be willing to share their harvest. If you and Gululja could go and speak to them.
Sure, I'll ask for the cast-offs too, as usual.
As for Elio and Alice, I would be obliged if you could procure some woolback meat. The creature can be found grazing on the slopes outside of town. As beef is less readily available, their flesh makes for a good substitute. That of the younger ones especially, as it is more tender and less gamey.
Consider it done. We'll be back with the meat before you know it.
Thank you kindly. In the meantime, I shall see to the other preparations. What ho! Haha! For there is nothing so fine as a meal with friends, old and new. I like Otis.
One thing I want to point out. So you look at Alexandria, right? One thing that's really interesting is you'll notice they have electrobe generators. So they have generators. If you look at the tops of buildings, which I can't fly up to right now, let's see if I can find some examples on the ground. So you'll notice there's electrobe generators all across all of them. And that the interiors of a lot of the houses, particularly if you go to the Alexandria dungeon, you'll notice that there's like a lot of modern amenities. But if you look at the tops of buildings, okay, there's kind of a good example of the spire. You'll notice that these spires and stuff like it are actually made of electrope and are tied to the tethers that are the generators. So even Alexandria had like lightning spires to accumulate the energy that was accruing. Also, if you do the Alexandria dungeon, you'll be able to actually see this area over here, which used to be like a canal district. You can actually see that in the dungeon. Before it's destroyed and after. They had power lines, yeah. I heard spam and pumpkin. There's also another interesting thing, which is... yeah, V, I don't know if you're watching. Sorry, I didn't see your message until just now. But yeah, I'm planning to stop way before Origenics. In fact, I don't think we're going to be going much longer. I don't even know how long we're going to be going past normal. But definitely, if anybody wants to talk about living memory, souls, aether, questions about how any of that fucking works, or the ethics and morality of it, we'll definitely bring it up today. Presume, I guess, basically that here on out we'll be talking. Be talking about it. My plan will be that tomorrow we'll probably be finishing Everkeep. Depends on how much time it takes. And then I will either need a day off on Tuesday or Wednesday, and then either on Wednesday or Thursday, we'll be probably doing living memory. You also notice that this monument is made out of electro, and everything is ringed around it, which is interesting. Is there any writing? Almost like, I wonder if it's like Sveve's grave or something. Doesn't seem like there's any writing. The original Sveve, the actual Sveve's, although we don't know what really happened to her. They have power lines, a lot of water, yeah. So it'll either be tomorrow off or tomorrow up to Everkeep, or it will. And if tomorrow's off, Wednesday will be Everkeep. If tomorrow's on, tomorrow will be Everkeep. Everkeep, and then no matter what we'll do Thursday will be Map 6. And Map 6 may go really long because I want to do the whole thing in one go, but I also do want to talk about all the lore implications and crazy stuff that we learn as we go. So Thursday may just be a long day. Oh, hey, look, it's a prototype behemoth. I was doing maps and sentries kept running into us. Yeah. Sweet. Sorry, buddy, I need to defend rear. I was doing maps. This place is also just called the name slates, like as though they had forgotten what these are used for. Yeah, as if like they're just slates with names on them rather than markers for people's actual graves. They had power lines, yeah. Like as much as Alexandria, even when you visit it at its height, seems like it's very fantasy, it's actually belies that there's all modern amenities and it's much more science fiction. Which, to be fair, is true of like when you visit Alexandria, it has the aesthetic of Alexandria from 9, but also it's got a lot of elements from like Lindblom, like some of the airships and stuff. To what extent do you think Emmett knew about this place? Based on the fact that he points out that many of the reflections will surprise us, and that we even literally muse on that when, like, literally, like, it's I think what Graha points it out to us when we arrive in Heritage Found, mixed with the fact that there's no reason he shouldn't have known about what was going on in all the reflections, because they should have an eye on all of them, on top of the fact that it's likely that one of these was an Ascian preparation, which as like kind of the, not literal de facto leader, but one of the leaders of the Ascians should have been made aware of. I think it highly, highly improbable that Emmett Selk, as of at least around when the storm, slightly before the storm surge would have happened, would have been unaware of the ninth reflection. He may not have been aware of Everkeep, as Everkeep may have arisen after his defeat, or at least during his sleep before he could have been updated. But the likelihood that he was unaware of Electrope, I find inordinately unlikely. The one thing that gives me pause is the fact that if they had the Crystal of Azem, not the Soul Crystal of Azem, not the Convocation Stone, but the what the Milala brought, why wouldn't the Ascians have gone to great lengths to use that? maybe because it was too limited in its ability to rejoin things, and therefore they needed a full rejoining, and so it was not useful, and they also couldn't fundamentally completely use its power the same way that they couldn't even fully use the Heart of Sabik, you know. What ho! What's this? Am I to understand that you have already procured the meat? Oh. Good heavens, you have! And such a choice cut it is besides. 'Tis plain you know how to handle yourself in battle. Were it 400 years ago, I would have recruited you to the Royal Knights. Ha 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 ha! Maybe only as Zeb can use it correctly. Well, clearly that's not. Because clearly, well, I mean, depends on what we mean by correctly, right? If correctly was supposed to be a full, you could actually rejoin the reflections, then yeah. But it may have been that they didn't have the advanced understanding of Electrope, and that didn't exist until after they were gone, or preservations, machinations, and plans didn't exist until after all of the, till after all of the, actually didn't until after all of the, what are they called? Are gone. Sorry, I just completely lost my train of thought. Didn't know about it until after all the Ascians were gone. So while they could have been aware of existence, how to actually harness it with the correct faith or anything could have been beyond their capacity to understand. And that the augmentation with Electrope would not have been. I mean, like we knew that Emmett Selk didn't understand time travel, even though, you know, it was something that was there to be understood with the interdimensional rift. What's interesting is that they had access to the interdimensional rift, but with the chrysalis and everything, yet they didn't have access to the interdimensional rift to be used for the transportation through time. So we know that the transportation through time and the transportation through space, even though the interdimensional rift facilitates both, don't exist collinear. Just because you have access to one doesn't mean you have access to the other, right? Once Alice brings her portion, we shall have the glorious bounty to satisfy growing younglings like yourself. Indeed, I expect there will be ample leftovers to share with the good folk of the Drift Downs. They always appreciate a warm meal. Now, seeing as you have completed the task so quickly, I have yet another request to make of you. We've exhausted our supplies of kindling electroke, and I should be grateful if you could search the house for yonder for more. In an old kingdom, electrope rations were issued to each citizen, while small fragments may still be found here and there. If you can obtain 5 pieces, say at least one, ought to be what we, obtain 5 pieces, say at least one ought to be what we require. That is the kind that converts lightning to fire. Gulul Jah can identify them by their circuitry, so pray take them to him. So circuitry definitely is the composite requisite thing for conversion. Did he also... Bulking electrope rations were issued with small fragments that be found there. Another see if you complete to ask you. We have another request to me. We exhaust our supplies of kindred guessing. Should be grateful if you can search the house yonder for more. Converts lightning to fire. They still don't say aether. The boy has become quite deaf at discerning electrope types, and very short a time, I might add. Off you go, and happy foraging. I'm being chased by snowmen. Yeah, completely inconspicuous. No one ever notices snowmen. Oh, can I make oh! Wait, I want to know. Can I make that jump? I want to know if I can make that jump. Come on. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Ah! Man, I missed the roller beetle from Guild Wars 2. That was good shit. Maybe with the writing map. Well, the SDS always has the writing map. That's like one of the reasons that a lot of people have it and you'll see it used all the time, is that as a mount, it like comes it basically always has max speed. Like here, let me show you what I mean. Like if I put on the air wheeler, right? It's the only time they ever made a premium mount do that. Let's see. The Alpha Bike too. Oh, the Alpha Bike does that too? Okay. I thought they didn't do it again because they were like, this is a bad idea to do, but I guess not. Unless maybe it's built on the same, like... whatever. Can I read? This piece of electrope has been engraved with arcane circuits. A practiced eye can discern its effects. It is interesting that electrope, that some of it specifically converts to the different elements as opposed to having all electrope effectively equates to being able to convert all aether into any aspecting. If they have to create such specificity is interesting to me. Watch the skies, the train is in the zone. Watch the skies, the train. Oh, hunt the train. So electrope is consumable. Does it like burn out? I feel like my gut answer is yes, but I don't have anything to cite on that, so I have to. What did he say that makes you think it turns out? In the Old Kingdom, electrope rations were issued to each civilian. Well, so electrope rations. So no, you're right. We take that as granted. In the Old Kingdom, electro rations were issued to each citizen, while small fragments may still be found here and there. At least one ought to be what we require. That is the kind that converts lightning to aether. Interesting. He doesn't say, yeah, because presumably it will have to. Otherwise, why wouldn't you be able to use whatever why would you need rationing, right? Why wouldn't you just be able to use whatever you have? Does it wear out like, say, graphics cards wear out? Or does it like burn like fuel? Does it consume itself in the process? Because presumably the only thing, it's not powering itself, the electricity is powering it. The Alpha Bike is a whole $8 more than the 2-seater will. But also, it comes with Alpha. Look, the one thing you will never catch me defending is that the price for mounts on the... I don't particularly mind the cash shop that much, mostly because I think it's fairly reasonable. There's a lot of stuff in the game already. But what I will say is, the one place that's unreasonable is every mount in that cash shop should be at half the price that they are. At minimum. The others have returned as well. What a blessedly lively day this has become. I dared to think I had won this time, but it turns out you were already off doing another task. We've got the requested vegetables along with a few extra bits. I have to say, all this running around's made me hungry. Otis says you have a electrope for me? Wow, you found a lot. Let's see, the one creates wind, this one is for water. You can just tell like that? I'm impressed. Clever, isn't he? I'll bet he gets this from his father. Ah, this is it. This converts fire. It absorbs lots of lightning, so we should be able to kindle flames easily. Thank you, Elio. Let's see. I just want to check it real quick. Yeah, we still have memories of a night. Yeah, we'll stop. Wokalama could carry lots of vegetables at once. She's really strong. Thanks to your kind assistance, we have everything we need for our repast. You have done your part, and now I shall do mine. I bid you relax, my friends. The meal will soon be served. Why isn't this voice acting? This is the kind of thing families do, Galuja. What meals together and talk about what's on our minds. So you ate with your father? Yes, with them and my brothers. It was mostly the head of resolve. I do the talking, though. Conan, the head of reason, occasionally joined in, and Zoralja spoke when he was spoken to. You said that you have two papas. Does that mean that one is yours and the other one is my father's? No. Both are our father. He's what people call blessed siblings. A Mamalja with two heads. Zoralja is his true-born child, while Kona and I were adopted. I don't share the same blood. But that doesn't make us any less family. What matters is that our hearts are connected. The head of resolve taught me that. Family. Do you have something like that too? A person you think is family, even though you don't share the same blood? That's a good question. What about you? I do, and they're all very dear to me. I'd like to meet them one day. So good, Eorzean. I'm hoping that we could be family, you and I. Won't you tell me about yourself? You really want to know about me? I do. I want to know all about you. The things you love, the things you hate, anything and everything. Oh, I want to know all about you too. That reminds me, we were hoping to hear your story too, Otis. Why isn't this voice acted? As you wish, be forewarned that mine is a tale that will be long in recounting. Good lord. It was before lightning had altered the world that I was appointed Lord Captain of the Royal Knights. Unless he means the super weapon at the Storm Surge. He can't be talking about over 1,000 years ago. That doesn't make any sense from a timeline standpoint. Otis appointed captain before lightning had altered the world. What does... We're talking hundreds of years prior to the calamity, right? Indeed, earlier still when I assumed this mechanical form. 454 years ago, to be precise. Okay. Um... 454... Otis appointed captain of the Royal Guard. It's weird. They keep pointing out weirdly specific dates, which I have to assume is important in terms of like piecing some things together. Before lightning altered the world. Thing have specific year. Well, the Aloe thing would have happened at the tail end of the 5th Astral Era, which means it would have happened about 1,600 years ago source time. From their perspective, I don't think we'd have a fully good sense, but we'll keep an eye on that, Tam. Then you used to be a normal person. Okay, with that line, indeed, earlier still than when I assumed its mechanical form. 454 years ago, to be precise. I'm assuming he means 454 years ago he became captain of the Royal Guard. Not 454 years ago he assumed the mechanical form. Which also makes sense, seeing as he would have during the Storm Surge would have come later for sure. Oh yes, I was once flesh and blood like you, and I proudly served as the Knight of Alexandria. So rather than a machine that behaves like a person, you are an actual person. How is that possible? 'Tis only natural that you are confused. Hear my tale to the end, and all shall become clear. The foremost duty of the Royal Knights was the protection of the royal family. In my time, that was their Majesty, the King and Queen, and their only child, Her Highness, the Princess. By then, every nation of our star was embroiled in some manner of conflict over Electrope. Thus was our kingdom drawn into a war with its neighbor. That war was the catalyst for the great calamity that altered the environment. Countless countrymen lost their lives amidst the chaos, the king and queen among them.
Okay, so when he's saying before... Okay. For a blessing, we were able to protect the princess, who then rose to the occasion and brought hope to her people in those trying times. So kind-hearted was our young queen that at her behest, we even took in refugees from an enemy nation. But sadly, her reign was cut short. Like many others, her body had been ravaged by lightning, and one day she collapsed and passed away. How tragic. What if Sphene didn't die? I mean, think about it this way. Imagine, like, this is crazy theory, but, like, Levin's sickness makes it look like you can't move your limbs. You can barely do anything with your eyes. No one could see you, right? What if she didn't actually die and preservation instead hid her away? How tragic. Aye, nary was there a citizen whose eyes remained dry, and many a moon was spent constructing a great tomb worthy of her memory. Yet I clung to hope still, for while Her Majesty was on her deathbed, the kingdom's finest scientists had successfully extracted her soul. I mean, the thing is, though, is that on her deathbed they extracted her soul, so it's presumably... Did we hear you right? Extracted her soul. Oh, yes. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we may live on. This age-old belief had always comforted our people, but as casualties mounted in the wake of the calamity, we sought to make it into a reality with the power of electrope. In time, we succeeded in developing the means to preserve the soul, and it was used to spare the Queen eternal death. Yet it wasn't enough to simply prevent the soul's departure, for the ultimate goal was to recreate a person as they were in life, and this required that their memories be further extracted from their soul. It took many more years of research to make this possible, by which time I had become a gray old man. With my days numbered, I did not hesitate to volunteer myself as a test subject for the procedure. So it was that I attained this vessel, and by my successful rebirth, I paved the way for those who were recreated from the memories of the departed. The Endless, they are called. If your tale is true, then the queen that your people brought back to life. I think we all know who it is. Oh ho, so you know Her Majesty as well. My description of her boundless kindness must have paled in comparison to what you have no doubt felt in her presence. I haven't met her myself, I confess, not since assuming my current form. Wouldn't want to frighten the living daylights out of her. Does this mean that the Queen of Alexandria isn't actually a person like you and me? I haven't seen my queen from afar many times. I have not the courage to approach her. This isn't out of cowardice, mind you, but rather concern. Yes, concern that I would cause Her Majesty undue stress. Otis has told me that tale before. The Endless. So all this time Sphene wasn't alive. She lives, yet she does not. This is admittedly a difficult distinction to make. We're going to talk all about the ethics of this when we get into living memory. Having inherited the memories of a departed soul, an Endless feels, thinks, and acts precisely as the person would. Feels, thinks, acts. In that sense, I believe they are alive. The Alexandrians know about this, right? It can't have gone unnoticed that Sphene is perpetually youthful. No one really knows about the Endless,
People who wear regulators don't even think about death. Everyone sees the Queen doesn't change, but they just accept it. To them, it's just who she is. Otis, are there endless besides you? While there should be as many endless as those who have died, I believe they are limited in where they can exist. Queen's Fiend is unique in her ability to appear before you. Strictly speaking, I myself am not an endless. They are created using memories extracted from a soul, but my entire soul was placed inside a machine. Being inside a machine makes you different. How? Oh, my dear girl, while I do not understand the finer points, my life is bound to this vessel. If it breaks down, then it would be over for me. Much like I being of flesh and blood. Hardly an endless, unchanging life, I'm sure you'll agree. An endless, unchanging life. I can't help but be reminded of the Ea. I like that call out. The Kafkiwa and the others know about all this. Considering their extensive intelligence gathering, I'd be surprised if they didn't. For now, let's share what we've learned with Kryl and Raha. I can't help but have misgivings about this.
Nahe, is that you?
Good gods, Elenespia! It's been too long, my friend.
Further evidence of longitudinal
Where
lives.
have you been all these years? What have you been doing with yourself? Hold on. They say Queen's Fiend has guests from outside the barrier. That's you, I gather?
It seems so. I'm looking for my mother. Do you know where she is?
Your mother? Sorry, but what was she like again?
What? It's Kafkiwa. You know, the one who was too adventurous by half?
In case you hadn't already
Who
put it
journeyed
together.
with the Dawn Servant?
It's not ringing any bells.
You can't be serious. Ours was a tiny little village. Surely you remember her.
I really don't. It's all a blank.
Is anyone else here from the village?
Hey!
Huh? Elenespia?
I'm looking for Kafkiwa. Where is she?
What's this all of a sudden? Who's Kafkiwa?
My buddy cannot catch a break.
This cannot be. The memories of the departed are taken away. No.
Elenespia, where are you? The others will be here soon, so hurry back, won't you? Do you hear me? Say something, would you?
Look, at least she's not a Cylon. Why are they being surprised? See, I disagree, Relish. I disagree. the ethics is so funny because of how the game tries to jingle keys in front of you not to think that hard about it. I vehemently disagree that Dawn Trail does not want you to be thinking hard about it. I would argue that the entirety of living memory revolves around thinking hard about it and what, you know, getting like, good night, everyone. Night, Craig. We're going to be wrapping up right here anyways, guys. So we're going to be cutting off there. In fact, I will go ahead and start heading to Tulio Lal. I personally feel that, like, literally living memory revolves on the ethics of it. On the ethics of whether and talking about the endless and whether or not they constitute people, and whether or not their existence, if necessitated on the consumption of life eternally, means that the ethical thing to do is to shut down the system, particularly when the majority of endless you meet, with none really dissenting, other than Sphene, all not only consent but urge you that it is the right thing for that they can't do it themselves, and that the ethical thing is to shut down the machine, right? What constitutes life is partly your own, you know, is if they are individuals with memories that can think or feel or change to some degree, but stuck in a machine, but require the sacrifice of other human lives in order to exist, is that not an ethical quandary, right? All the cast in living memory keeps repeating that they are not people, just memories. That's what I mean about jingling keys. Yeah, but I mean, I guess I don't say that. I wouldn't say that's. Maybe I'm being pedantic here, but I don't think that's jingling keys. I think that's the characters making and saying they are not individuals, right? They are not the people. They are their memories lingering and consuming life. And I do think that the surrounding material around the back half of Heritage Found, but more particularly in Living Memory, makes that clear and is talking about that beyond the scope of just saying that people don't think about it, you know? But that's my thought. I think you're not, like Relish, clearly I think you, from other comments you've made, you're quite considerate and thoughtful in a lot of the other points you made, and I think a lot of other people have had similar feelings, so clearly I don't think you're alone in that. And that feeling that it is jingling keys. Yeah. If you enjoy the stream and are a member of our Discord, why not come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean. Thank you, V. Guys, remember Lunar Whale launch night at More Donuts became a dry dock? Yeah. I'm kind of sad my Robo-Sphene, like Robo-Otis theory doesn't seem likely. What was the theory exactly, Relish? Damn, 2 fathers and isn't even gay. What a shit. The glance from Ali say best scene of the game. The scene war brought to you by Dominic Toretto. It's about family. I love all the dialogue options because it neatly fits my wool. Yeah, good, Althea. Why are you being so precise here? Oh, right. Doesn't the Aloe Island thing have specific years in it? Yeah. My assumption is that she was stored away, yeah. At the very least, her soul, right? Because her soul was extracted. Guys, the answer's been staring us in the face the whole time. They extracted her soul in their memory without extracting all the memories out of the soul, and they left the soul with the memories intact in the system. But because it had its soul tied to it, it could exist in perpetuity. So not only could they make copies of Sphene, but base Sphene's soul and memories were still within the machine. So once the meso terminal was shut off, her soul should be able to still exist without the being supplied aether in the way that other souls would have been for living aether. Otis just explained it. Literally, Otis, I think, just explained why there's 2 Sphenes. Yeah. Oh, it was before some point when I assumed Sphene was a robot body like Otis. Yeah, okay. Yeah. If you enjoy this, do you like what we do? Consider showing your support and sign up for our Patreon, patreon.com/Eorzean. Obviously, right now, there's not a lot of coming out in terms... Oh. And crashed. Well, obviously, there's not a lot coming in terms of Patreon rewards, but it's really appreciated when you support us. Literally over here, the game is even telling me 9001 error. Hey, stop playing. We appreciate all of you joining the stream and being a part of the community, and hey, happy Starlight, everyone. Friendly reminder that we've got events going on throughout all the week, every week, but also we are going to be doing Chaotic Alliance raids over on Christmas Eve if anybody needs somewhere to be or something to do. And then we may have a Christmas party also, or New Year's party towards the start of January. Thanks for stream. Yeah, Kiko, thanks for joining in. Obviously, we still got a lot to talk about. Be prepared. Either tomorrow or Wednesday, I will be taking off, partly to have more time to do some work, partly also just not push my push health a little bit too far, because I've been mostly doing great, but if I push it too far, it gets what timing? But also then Thursday will be the finale of Dawn Trail. From there, I don't know what streaming is gonna look like for the following weeks. I may continue to take some time off because of holidays. But then I would also, we'll probably be back in the New Year's for sure with some of the other streams I want to do, like the readings of Encyclopedia Eorzea's and what have you. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. Oh, V, did you happen to do the tags for the stream? If not, could you do that retroactively? Yeah, I guess that's a simple one. Honestly, we had a much less quandaries to talk about than we have. I assume that's because either Lil had work or was having an off day or something. I'm assuming if Lil pops up for either some other time this week, we'll have a lot more to dive into, a lot juicy will. I did not, but I will. Thank you, V. Yeah. Any final questions before we call it? Any final questions about Living Memory? I suppose we'll be talking about it plenty in the coming days. How many quests do we actually even have left? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's quite a few of Living Memory. Yeah. Cool. We're gonna have a good time. We got a lot of cutscenes next time for sure. Good stream. Back to me when you get back to me. Yes, Cards Against Humanity. Sorry, Des. I keep forgetting to set that up. I've been. We're also going to do a Cards Against Humanity get together for Final Fantasy XIV Cards Against Humanity over on the Discord. If you guys want to join us, I'll be scheduling that sometime for the next 2 weeks. Okay, I'm headed out. I've been Elliot Forceron. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Cheers, everybody. There's 2 hours of cutscenes in Living Memory. Oh, Thursday's going to be a long day. Thursday's gonna be a long day. I'll say that now. Okay. Cheers, everybody.